Welcome to the old town, where the past never rests, and the shadows whisper secrets long forgotten. Tonight, we explore 50 chilling horror story ideas set in towns where the dead walk, the lost remain, and the unknown is always watching. So, are you ready? Let's begin. Story 1. The Whispering Woods. The village of Black Hollow was a quiet, unassuming place tucked into the edge of a dense forest. Generations of villagers lived and died without venturing too far into the woods. They called it the Whispering Woods, a name spoken in hushed tones as if even the mention of it might summon its ominous presence. The forest was dense, its trees towering like ancient sentinels. A heavy canopy blocked the sunlight, casting perpetual twilight within its borders. But it wasn't the darkness that frightened the villagers. It was the whispers. The first documented case of the whispers occurred a century ago. A farmer's son, young and bold, had ventured into the woods to retrieve a stray goat. When he returned, his face was pale, his eyes vacant. He spoke of voices, soft as silk, beckoning him deeper into the forest. He hadn't found the goat, and a week later, he disappeared without a trace. The villagers learned to stay away, but every so often, someone would hear the whispers. They always came from the forest's edge, a faint murmur of voices calling their name, luring them with promises only they could understand. Those who resisted said the whispers would grow louder at night, seeping into their dreams until their resolve cracked. And those who followed the voices were never seen again. One brisk autumn evening, a stranger arrived in Black Hollow. He was a tall man with piercing blue eyes and a face that looked as though it had seen too much. He introduced himself as Elias, a wanderer in search of folklore. The villagers were wary, as outsiders rarely visited Black Hollow, but Elias' curiosity about the Whispering Woods intrigued them. "Have you heard the whispers?" he asked an elderly woman in the village square. She spat on the ground. "Only a fool listens to them. Stay out of the forest if you value your life." Elias was undeterred. That night, he sat by the fire in the village tavern, pressing the locals for details. They spoke reluctantly, each story more chilling than the last. A woman told of her brother who had disappeared 3 years ago. "He said the voices promised him wealth," she whispered, "but all we found was his boot at the edge of the woods." Despite the warnings, Elias decided to investigate. At dawn, he packed his bag with supplies, a lantern, a knife, and a notebook, and headed toward the forest. A few villagers gathered to watch him go, shaking their heads in disbelief. As Elias stepped beneath the canopy, the air grew colder. The dense trees muffled all sound, and the world outside seemed to vanish. He walked for hours, his footsteps crunching on the leaf-strewn ground, until he heard it, the whispers. At first, they were faint, indistinct, but as he pressed on, the voices grew clearer, weaving together into a haunting melody. They spoke his name, calling him forward, promising knowledge beyond comprehension. He scribbled notes in his journal describing the sensation. The whispers weren't just sound. They were in his mind, probing his thoughts, uncovering his fears and desires. As night fell, Elias set up camp in a small clearing. He built a fire, but its warmth did little to dispel the chill. The whispers grew louder, circling him like unseen predators. He clutched his knife, his heart pounding. Then he saw them. At the edge of the firelight, shadowy figures emerged. They were humanoid but distorted, their limbs too long, their faces featureless. They swayed as if carried by an unseen wind, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the whispers. "What do you want?" Elias demanded, his voice trembling. The whispers converged into a single voice, smooth and melodic. "Stay. Join us. Know what we know." Elias resisted the pull, his rational mind fighting against the unnatural allure. But the figures stepped closer, their presence oppressive. He scrambled to his feet, clutching his lantern, and ran. For hours, Elias fled through the endless maze of trees. The whispers pursued him, relentless and seductive. His lantern flickered, and he tripped over roots that seemed to reach for him. Just as he thought he would collapse, he stumbled into a clearing. In the center stood an enormous tree, its gnarled branches twisting toward the sky. The whispers emanated from the tree, a cacophony of voices blending into one. Faces appeared in the bark, shifting and merging, their hollow eyes fixed on Elias. "We are the forest," the voices said. "We are those who came before, bound together for eternity. Join us, and you will never be alone." Elias felt the pull stronger than ever. The faces showed him visions of power, knowledge, and immortality. But beneath the promises, he sensed an insidious hunger. Summoning his last ounce of willpower, Elias hurled his lantern at the tree. The oil ignited, flames licking up the ancient bark. The forest erupted in a deafening scream as the whispers turned to wails. The ground shook, and the shadowy figures dissolved into smoke. Elias stumbled out of the forest at dawn, battered and exhausted. The villagers were shocked to see him alive. He told them what he had seen, but few believed him. The whispering woods remained, but the whispers grew fainter, as if the forest had been wounded. Elias left Black Hollow soon after, vowing never to return. But in his dreams, he still heard the whispers, soft and seductive, calling him back to the woods. Story 2. The Candlelit House. There was a house at the far edge of town, a decrepit mansion that stood alone atop a windswept hill. By day, it was a crumbling relic of the past, its windows shattered, its roof sagging under the weight of time. But by night, it came alive. A warm, flickering glow emanated from its broken windows, as if dozens of candles were lit within, casting shadows that danced across its rotting walls. No one in the town dared to approach the house. It was said to be cursed, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead had worn thin. Children whispered tales of ghosts and witches, of figures glimpsed in the windows, and eerie laughter carried on the wind. Adults dismissed these stories as foolishness, but none of them ever set foot near the house after dark. It began, as these stories often do, with a dare. Sarah, a bright and headstrong teenager, had grown tired of the superstitions that gripped her town. "It's just an old house," she told her friends one chilly autumn evening. "There's nothing there but dust and cobwebs." Her friends exchanged uneasy glances. "If you're so sure," one of them said, "why don't you spend the night there?" Sarah hesitated, but only for a moment. She wasn't about to back down. "Fine," she said, her voice steady. "I'll do it, but you'd better be waiting for me outside in the morning." That night, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sleeping bag, Sarah made her way to the house. The wind howled around her as she climbed the hill, the bare branches of the trees reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. When she reached the front door, she paused. The flickering light from within cast strange, shifting patterns on the ground before her. Steeling herself, she pushed the door open. The air inside was cold and stale, thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Sarah's flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and furniture shrouded in white sheets. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet as she moved deeper into the house. The source of the light was not immediately apparent. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once, filling the house with a dim golden glow. Sarah's heart raced, but she refused to let fear take hold. "It's just the wind," she muttered to herself as a door creaked open behind her. She turned sharply, her flashlight beam catching a glimpse of something in the doorway. A figure, pale and indistinct, that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. There was no response, only the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. Drawn by an inexplicable compulsion, Sarah climbed the grand staircase to the second floor. The flickering light grew brighter as she approached a door at the end of the hallway. Her hand trembled as she turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room beyond was unlike anything she had seen in the house so far. It was immaculate, untouched by time. Candles lined every surface, their flames dancing in a breeze she couldn't feel. In the center of the room stood a table set for a feast, though the plates and goblets were covered in a fine layer of dust. And then she saw them. Figures seated around the table, their faces obscured by shadows. They didn't move, didn't speak, but Sarah could feel their eyes on her. One of them raised a hand, beckoning her forward. Her legs moved of their own accord, carrying her into the room. The door slammed shut behind her, and the candles flared brighter. The figures began to whisper, their voices overlapping in a dissonant symphony that seemed to echo inside her head. "Why have you come?" one of the figures asked, its voice soft and chilling. Sarah swallowed hard. "I wanted to prove there was nothing here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The figures laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound. "Nothing? We are everything that remains. This house, it hungers. And now, so do you." Before Sarah could react, the candles extinguished all at once, plunging the room into darkness. She felt hands gripping her arms, pulling her toward the table. She screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the void. When Sarah's friends arrived at the house the next morning, they found the front door ajar. Inside, the air was still and cold, and the faint scent of candles lingered. They searched every room but found no trace of Sarah. In the candlelit room, the table was set as it had always been. But now there was an extra chair at the table, its surface coated in fresh dust. And if one looked closely, they might see the faint outline of a handprint on the armrest, as though someone had only just been sitting there. The house on the hill remains to this day, its windows flickering with candlelight each night, and those who dare to enter never leave, except, perhaps, as shadows dancing on the walls. Story 3. The Endless Festival. In the remote mountain village of Valdora, an annual festival known as the Solstice Celebration was the pride of its people. Every winter, villagers adorned the streets with lanterns, garlands, and banners. The scent of spiced cider and roasted chestnuts filled the air as musicians played lively tunes in the square. Visitors traveled from distant lands to experience the event, captivated by its beauty and vibrant traditions. Yet, beneath the joyous facade lay an unspoken truth. The villagers of Valdora never spoke about what happened after the festival ended. For the solstice celebration was not merely a time of revelry. It was a ritual, one bound by an ancient and ominous pact. Emma, a traveler with a penchant for exploring hidden corners of the world, stumbled upon Valdora during her winter journey. The village, nestled in a snow-covered valley, seemed like a picture-perfect scene from a storybook. Emma was drawn to its charm and decided to stay when she learned of the solstice celebration. The villagers greeted her warmly, though their smiles often seemed strained. They insisted she join the festivities, pressing an ornate invitation into her hands. The card was embossed with golden lettering that read, "Join us for a night of joy and wonder under the solstice moon." As the sun dipped below the mountains, the village transformed. Lanterns illuminated the streets, casting a golden glow over the snow. The music was enchanting, and the villagers danced with an almost feverish energy. Emma felt herself swept up in the celebration, her worries melting away with each passing hour. Late in the evening, Emma struck up a conversation with an elderly woman seated near the edge of the square. The woman's hands trembled as she clutched a steaming mug of cider. "It's your first solstice celebration, isn't it?" the woman asked, her voice barely audible over the music. Emma nodded, smiling. "It's incredible. I've never seen anything like it." The woman's expression darkened. "Be careful, child. When the clock strikes midnight, you must leave. No matter what you see or hear, do not stay." Before Emma could ask what she meant, the woman disappeared into the crowd. Emma's unease grew, but she brushed it aside, chalking it up to local superstition. As the clock tower in the square struck 12, the air seemed to change. The music slowed, taking on a haunting, discordant tone. The villagers' laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence. One by one, they stopped dancing, their faces blank and eyes vacant. Emma's unease turned to dread as she watched the villagers gather in a circle around the square. In the center, a bonfire roared to life, its flames unnaturally high and tinged with an iridescent blue. Shadows danced around the fire, shapes that didn't match the people standing nearby. The village elder stepped forward, his voice echoing unnaturally as he spoke words in a language Emma couldn't understand. The villagers responded in unison, their voices monotone and mechanical. The shadows around the fire began to take form, twisted, inhuman shapes with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. Emma's instincts screamed at her to run, but her legs felt rooted to the ground. She watched in horror as the villagers extended their arms toward the shadows. The shapes merged with their bodies, twisting and contorting them into grotesque, otherworldly forms. Yet the villagers showed no signs of pain, only a grim, resigned acceptance. The elder turned his gaze to Emma, his eyes now glowing like the figures by the fire. "Welcome, outsider. You have been chosen to witness the binding." "Binding?" Emma stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "The solstice celebration ensures the survival of our village," the elder explained. "We offer ourselves to the ancient ones, who grant us prosperity in return. But now that you've seen the truth, you must choose. Join us or remain here forever." Emma's heart pounded as she realized the villagers were closing in. She turned and ran, her feet slipping on the icy cobblestones. The music, now a cacophony of screams and wails, followed her as she fled through the narrow streets. She reached the edge of the village, where the snow-covered forest loomed like a wall of darkness. Behind her, the bonfire's glow grew brighter, casting monstrous shadows that stretched toward her. Summoning every ounce of courage, she plunged into the forest, branches clawing at her clothes as she ran. The whispers of the ancient ones pursued her, promising safety if she returned, power if she submitted. Emma ignored them, focusing only on the crunch of snow beneath her boots and the faint glimmer of moonlight ahead. When Emma finally emerged from the forest, she found herself on a desolate mountain road. Valdora was nowhere in sight, as if the village had vanished entirely. Exhausted and trembling, she flagged down a passing car, whose driver looked at her with a mix of concern and confusion. "There's no village around here," the driver said when she described Valdora. "Hasn't been for decades." Emma didn't argue. She sat in silence as the car wound its way down the mountain, her mind replaying the horrors she had witnessed. Yet, as she glanced out the window, she thought she saw faint lights flickering in the distance, accompanied by the distant strains of hauntingly familiar music. The solstice celebration never truly ends, and those who escape its grasp are forever marked by its shadows. Story 4. The Forgotten Church. Deep in the heart of Blackwood Forest, shrouded in mist and ancient trees, stood the ruins of a church long abandoned by time. The Forgotten Church, as it was known by locals, was more than a decaying structure of stone and ivy. It was a place whispered about in hushed tones, a site where reality seemed to fray and the air hummed with an unnatural stillness. No one knew when the church had been built or why it was forsaken. There were no records of its construction, and the village elders claimed it had always been there, its origins lost to the ages. What they did know, however, was that anyone who ventured too close never returned unchanged, if they returned at all. Evelyn Cartwright, a historian with a fascination for lost places, arrived in the nearby village of Greystone on a damp autumn afternoon. She had read about the forgotten church in an obscure journal and couldn't resist the allure of unraveling its mystery. Armed with a notebook, a camera, and a lantern, she planned to document the site and uncover its secrets. The villagers were less enthusiastic about her quest. "Best leave that place alone," warned the innkeeper as he handed her a mug of tea. "It's not meant to be disturbed." Evelyn smiled politely but dismissed his warning. She had heard similar tales about other ruins in her travels, yet none had proven dangerous, at least not in the supernatural sense. The next morning, Evelyn set out early, her boots crunching through fallen leaves as she followed a winding path into the forest. The trees grew denser the deeper she went, their gnarled branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. A sense of unease settled over her as the air grew colder and the forest quieter. Even the birds seemed to avoid this part of the woods. After hours of walking, she finally saw it. A towering structure of weathered stone, half consumed by nature. The forgotten church loomed before her, its spire jagged and broken like a skeletal finger pointing to the heavens. The arched doorway yawned open, its heavy wooden doors rotted away long ago. Evelyn hesitated at the threshold, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the walls. The silence was oppressive, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Steeling herself, she stepped inside. The interior was a haunting blend of decay and grandeur. Crumbling pews lined the nave, their wood splintered and covered in moss. Stained glass windows, cracked and faded, cast muted colors on the stone floor. At the far end of the church stood the altar, draped in a tattered cloth that seemed untouched by time. As Evelyn approached the altar, she felt an inexplicable pull, as though the very air were drawing her closer. She noticed strange carvings on the walls, symbols she didn't recognize, etched deep into the stone. She took photographs and jotted notes, her excitement momentarily outweighing her apprehension. Then she heard it, a faint whisper, so soft she thought she might have imagined it. She turned, her lantern swinging wildly, but the church was empty. "Hello," she called, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. The whisper came again, louder this time and more distinct. It wasn't a single voice but many, overlapping in a chaotic murmur. Words she couldn't understand filled the air, sending a chill down her spine. The lantern flickered, its light dimming as the shadows around her deepened. Desperately, Evelyn tried to focus on the altar, hoping to ground herself. That's when she saw it. A book bound in dark leather, sitting on the altar as if waiting for her. She hadn't noticed it before, though she was certain it hadn't been there moments ago. Against her better judgment, she reached for the book. The moment her fingers touched its surface, the whispers ceased, replaced by an overwhelming silence. The air grew heavy, and the room seemed to tilt, as though the very fabric of reality were shifting. She opened the book, its pages filled with writing that seemed to writhe and shift before her eyes. Symbols similar to those on the walls covered the pages, alongside illustrations of grotesque, otherworldly beings. One image stood out, a towering figure cloaked in shadow, its hollow eyes staring directly at her. A sudden burst of wind extinguished her lantern, plunging the church into darkness. Evelyn's heartbeat thundered in her ears as the whispers returned, now deafening. Shapes moved in the shadows, figures that shouldn't exist. She stumbled backward, clutching the book as an unnatural cold enveloped her. Fighting the rising panic, Evelyn fled the church, her path illuminated only by the faint glow of the mist outside. The whispers followed her, growing fainter the farther she ran. When she finally burst out of the forest and into the village, the sun was rising, casting the world in a golden light that felt almost unreal. The villagers stared as she stumbled into the square, disheveled and trembling. She tried to explain what had happened, but her words came out in frantic, incoherent bursts. The innkeeper took the book from her, his face pale as he studied its cover. "You should have listened," he said grimly. "Now it's too late." Evelyn left the village the next day, unable to shake the feeling that she was being watched. The book had vanished, taken by the innkeeper, who refused to speak of it again. But the experience haunted her, invading her dreams with visions of the shadowed figure and the forgotten church. Years later, she learned that the village of Greystone had been abandoned, its residents disappearing without a trace. The forest had reclaimed the land, erasing all signs of the village, except for the church, which remained untouched, waiting for the next unwary soul to uncover its secrets. The forgotten church was never truly abandoned. It watched, it waited, and it whispered to those who dared to listen. Story 5. The Faceless Villagers. There is a village deep in the valley of the Crimson Peaks, shrouded in fog and surrounded by towering pines that seem to whisper secrets to the wind. It is a place most travelers avoid, not because of its remoteness but because of the stories, chilling tales of its peculiar inhabitants. The villagers were known as the Faceless Ones. They were said to have no features, no eyes to see, no mouths to speak, and no ears to hear. Yet they moved as though they could sense the world around them. They tilled the land, tended their livestock, and lived as any small community might, all without faces to express the emotions of their existence. The mere thought of them sent shivers down the spines of those who lived in the neighboring towns. Elijah Cross was a man of curiosity, a traveling writer who had made a career out of unraveling mysteries. He had heard of the faceless villagers from an old merchant during his stay in a nearby town. Intrigued, Elijah decided to see the village for himself, dismissing the warnings of those who told him to stay away. "Don't go looking for answers in that place," one old woman said, gripping his arm with surprising strength. "Some questions are best left unanswered," but Elijah was undeterred. Armed with a notebook, a lantern, and a sturdy walking stick, he set out at dawn. The forest path leading to the village was overgrown and eerily quiet. No birds sang, and even the rustle of leaves seemed muted. The deeper he ventured, the heavier the air became, as though the very forest disapproved of his presence. When he reached the village, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the ground. The houses were simple and worn, their wooden frames darkened by age and neglect. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, and the faint smell of cooking lingered in the air. But what struck Elijah most was the silence. No voices, no laughter, no signs of life beyond the faint movements he could see through curtained windows. As Elijah walked through the village square, he saw one of them, a figure dressed in simple clothing, carrying a basket of firewood. Its head turned toward him, and Elijah's breath caught in his throat. The face was smooth and blank, like polished stone. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just an unbroken surface where features should have been. "Hello," Elijah called, his voice trembling slightly. The figure paused, tilting its head as though considering his words. Then it continued on its way, the soft crunch of its footsteps the only response. Elijah felt a chill run down his spine but forced himself to stay calm. He was here for answers, and he would find them. The longer Elijah stayed, the stranger the village seemed. Despite their facelessness, the villagers appeared to communicate with one another in ways he couldn't understand. They gathered in the square at dusk, their heads tilted toward the sky as if listening to some distant melody. They moved in perfect synchrony, their actions so coordinated it was as though they shared a single mind. Elijah tried to approach them again, but every time he got close, they would simply move away, their motions deliberate yet unhurried. It was as if they tolerated his presence but refused to engage with him. In one of the houses, he found a peculiar artifact. A mirror hung on the wall, its surface cracked and clouded. When he looked into it, he saw not his own reflection but the faint outline of a face that wasn't his. Startled, he stumbled back, the mirror's glass seeming to shimmer as though alive. On his third night in the village, Elijah awoke to a strange sound, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. He looked out the window of the small house where he had taken shelter and saw the villagers gathering in the square, their forms bathed in the silver light of the full moon. They stood in a circle, their heads raised to the sky, their arms outstretched. The hum grew louder, transforming into a series of tones that seemed almost like a song, though no words were spoken. The air grew thick, and the ground beneath Elijah's feet seemed to tremble. Drawn by a mixture of fear and fascination, Elijah grabbed his lantern and stepped outside. He kept his distance, watching from the shadows as the villagers' movements grew more frenzied. The air around them shimmered, and for a brief moment, Elijah thought he could see faces, dozens of them, flickering in and out of existence like reflections on water. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the ritual ended. The villagers stood motionless for a moment before dispersing silently, returning to their homes as if nothing had happened. Elijah decided it was time to leave. Whatever was happening in this village, it was beyond his understanding. But as he prepared to depart, he found his path blocked by one of the villagers. It stood there, its faceless head tilted slightly, as though studying him. "What are you?" Elijah whispered, his voice barely audible. For the first time, the figure raised its hand, pointing toward the cracked mirror he had seen earlier. A voice, not spoken but felt, echoed in his mind. "Not all reflections are your own." Elijah's blood ran cold. Without another word, he turned and fled, not stopping until he was far beyond the village and back in the safety of the forest. Even then, He felt as though unseen eyes were watching him, following his every step. When Elijah returned to the nearby town, he found that the villagers there were reluctant to speak with him. They glanced at him with suspicion, their eyes lingering on his face as though searching for something. Elijah never published his account of the faceless villagers. The mirror's cryptic message haunted him, and in the years that followed, he avoided his own reflection whenever possible. Yet, in quiet moments, he sometimes thought he could see movement in the corners of his vision. A shadow, a flicker of something that didn't belong. And he always wondered, had he truly left the village, or had a part of it followed him back? Story 6. The Well of Shadows. Nestled in the heart of the Blackthorn Forest was a clearing known only to those brave enough to wander its treacherous paths. In this clearing stood an ancient well, its stones darkened with age and moss creeping over its rim. The villagers in the nearby town of Harrow's Hollow called it the Well of Shadows and warned their children never to venture near. The well had a sinister reputation, whispered about in hushed tones over flickering candles. They said it was a gateway, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead blurred. People who approached it claimed to feel a chill in the air, even on the warmest summer days. Others swore they heard whispers rising from its depths, voices calling out in languages no one understood. Long ago, the well had been a place of life, providing water to the village in its early days. But the legend told of a dark time when the townspeople faced famine and despair. A stranger had arrived, cloaked in black and carrying an aura of dread. He promised the villagers salvation if they made a single offering, one soul given willingly to the well. Desperate, the villagers chose a young woman named Lila, beloved by all for her kind heart. Though reluctant, she agreed to the sacrifice for the sake of her people. As she descended into the well's dark waters, her screams echoed through the forest, but the rains returned, and the famine ended. From that day forward, the well was cursed. Lila's spirit was said to linger, and the well became a portal to something far darker. Evelyn Gray, a historian with a penchant for the macabre, arrived in Harrow's Hollow one autumn evening. She had spent years chasing legends and folklore, and the Well of Shadows was the kind of mystery she couldn't resist. Despite the villagers' warnings, Evelyn was determined to uncover the truth. "Stay away from that well," the innkeeper told her over supper. "It's not just a story. People who go near it, they don't come back the same." Evelyn smiled politely but dismissed the caution. She had heard such warnings before. The next morning, armed with her notebook, lantern, and a coil of rope, she ventured into the forest. The journey through Blackthorn Forest was unsettling. The trees seemed to lean toward her, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. No birds sang, and the only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath her boots. When she reached the clearing, she felt a sudden stillness, as though the forest itself were holding its breath. The well loomed before her, its stone walls cold to the touch. Carved into the stones were strange symbols, their meaning lost to time. Evelyn peered over the edge and saw only darkness. She lit her lantern and tied the rope securely around her waist, anchoring it to a nearby tree. Then, with a deep breath, she began her descent. The air grew colder as she lowered herself into the well. The light from her lantern barely pierced the darkness, and the damp walls seemed to close in around her. As she descended, she heard faint whispers, just beyond the edge of comprehension. They grew louder with each passing moment, forming a haunting melody that made her skin crawl. At the bottom of the well, Evelyn discovered a narrow passageway carved into the earth. The walls were lined with more of the strange symbols, and the whispers seemed to emanate from within. She followed the passage, her footsteps echoing in the confined space. The tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. In the center stood an obsidian altar, its surface etched with the same cryptic markings. Around it, faintly glowing figures moved in a slow, deliberate dance. They had no features, their forms shifting and flickering like shadows caught in firelight. Evelyn watched in horrified fascination as the figures turned toward her. Though they had no eyes, she felt their gaze pierce through her. One of them extended a hand, beckoning her closer. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. The whispers coalesced into a single voice, low and resonant. "We are the forgotten, the bound, the price." The voice explained that the well was a prison, a place where the souls of the sacrificed were bound to keep an ancient darkness at bay. Lila was among them, her sacrifice eternal, her spirit chained to the altar. But the bonds were weakening, and the darkness was stirring. "Why tell me this?" Evelyn asked. "Because you have a choice," the voice replied. "The seal must be renewed, a life given willingly to take Lila's place, or the darkness will rise." Evelyn's heart raced. She had sought the truth, but she hadn't expected this. She could leave and doom the world to an unknown terror, or she could stay and sacrifice herself to the well. Tears streamed down her face as she made her choice. "If this is what must be done, then I will do it." The figures surrounded her, their whispers rising in a mournful chorus. As she lay on the altar, she felt a cold, otherworldly energy envelop her. The last thing she saw was the glow of their forms fading into the darkness. When the villagers noticed Evelyn's absence, they assumed she had fallen victim to the forest's dangers. Yet the well of shadows grew quiet. The whispers ceased, and for the first time in generations, the forest seemed at peace. But some say that on quiet nights, if you listen closely near the well, you can hear a new voice among the whispers. A voice telling the tale of a brave scholar who gave her life to keep the darkness at bay. Story 7. The Stone Circle. In the valley of Brackenmoor, nestled between mist-laden hills, stood an ancient stone circle known only as the Elder's Ring. No one knew who had placed the towering stones, nor what their original purpose had been, but for generations, the villagers whispered of their dark power. They spoke of eerie lights flickering between the monoliths at night and voices that carried on the wind, speaking in forgotten tongues. One thing was certain: those who entered the circle never returned the same. On a crisp autumn evening, a scholar named Elias Blackwell arrived in Brackenmoor. He was an archaeologist by trade, drawn to forgotten places and lost histories. Having heard rumors of the Elder's Ring, he was eager to document the site, despite the warnings of the villagers. "Stay away from those stones," the innkeeper warned as he poured Elias a drink. "They hold something that should not be disturbed." But Elias was undeterred. He believed in reason, in history, in facts, not in ghost stories spun by superstitious folk. The following day, armed with his notebook and lantern, Elias made his way to the site. The stones loomed against the gray sky, their surfaces etched with strange carvings, barely visible beneath the moss and lichen. He felt a chill creep up his spine, but he brushed it off as the evening cold settling in. As he stepped between the monoliths, the air grew thick, as if the very atmosphere resisted his presence. The wind ceased, and an unnatural stillness settled over the circle. Then, a whisper, low and indistinct, rose from the stones. Elias turned sharply, his pulse quickening, but there was no one there. Shaking off the unease, he set to work, sketching the runes and taking notes. Hours passed, and the sky darkened. But as he was about to leave, something caught his eye. A faint glow pulsating from beneath the ground at the center of the circle. Curious, Elias knelt and brushed away the dead leaves. Beneath the dirt lay a slab of black stone, unlike anything he had seen before. As he traced the edges with his fingers, the glow intensified, and the whispers grew louder, forming words in a language both alien and eerily familiar. A sudden force gripped him. He gasped as an invisible hand pressed against his chest, and the world around him seemed to spin. Shadows stretched from the stones, twisting and writhing like living things. The air smelled of damp earth and decay. Then silence. When Elias opened his eyes, he was no longer in the valley. The sky above was a swirling abyss, void of stars. The stone circle remained, but beyond it stretched an endless plain of blackened earth and skeletal trees. A towering figure stood before him, featureless, shrouded in a cloak of shifting darkness. "You have opened the gate," it intoned, its voice like 1,000 whispers layered atop one another. "Now you must take your place." Elias tried to run, but his limbs were leaden. The figure reached out, and tendrils of shadow wrapped around his wrists, pulling him toward the center of the circle. He screamed as visions flooded his mind, centuries of sacrifices, of those before him who had dared disturb the Elder's ring. They had become part of it, their souls bound to the stones, their whispers the warnings carried on the wind. As the darkness consumed him, Elias understood the truth too late. The stones were not markers of an ancient civilization, nor a relic of forgotten druids. They were a prison, a barrier against something far older than mankind. And now the barrier had claimed him. The next morning, the villagers of Brackenmoor found the stone circle as it had always been, silent and still. But among the ancient carvings, a new symbol had appeared, a likeness of Elias Blackwell, his mouth open in a silent scream. Story 8. The Blighted Harvest. The village of Raven's Hollow had always depended on the land. Their fields stretched beyond the foggy moors, rich and fertile, feeding generations without fail. But one fateful autumn, something changed. The harvest was unlike anything they had seen before. Wheat grew thick and golden, vegetables swelled to unnatural sizes, and the orchard trees drooped under the weight of their endless fruit. There was no drought, no famine, no signs of disease. It should have been a blessing, but the villagers knew better. Old Martha, the village healer, was the first to speak against the bounty. This land was touched, she muttered, her fingers trembling as she examined an apple too perfect to be real. Nothing good comes without a cost. The others scoffed at her words. The fields were plentiful, the people well-fed. Why question a miracle? Yet, beneath their joy, unease festered. It began with the animals. Livestock refused to graze, their eyes wild with unseen terror. Birds avoided the fields, their songs absent from the dawn. Then came the nightmares, visions of hollow-eyed figures standing at the edge of the fields, whispering in a language that made no sense. Still, the villagers ignored the warnings. The harvest was too plentiful to waste. The sickness struck without warning. First, the children, fevers that burned like fire, their small bodies convulsing in the night. Then the elders, their strength fading within days. No herb or potion could cure them. They wasted away, their eyes blackened like charred wood, their lips whispering the same phrase over and over. The soil remembers. The debt must be paid. Fear gripped Raven's Hollow, but hunger drove them forward. The crops were all they had, and so they ate. The night of the autumn solstice arrived, and with it came the wind, cold and unnatural, carrying the scent of rot. The villagers locked their doors, but the doors did not hold. Figures emerged from the fields, their bodies wrapped in tattered burlap, faces obscured by woven masks of straw. They moved without sound, their hollow eyes scanning the village. One by one, they entered the homes, pulling the screaming from their beds, dragging them toward the fields. Those who fought back found their limbs stiffen, their flesh harden like dry husks. The land claimed them, rooting them in place, their bodies merging with the soil. The villagers who remained watched in horror as their neighbors became part of the fields, their mouths frozen open in silent screams. By morning, the harvesters were gone. The bodies had vanished, and the fields stretched untouched once more, golden and plentiful. And the villagers knew the next harvest would come as it always did, but the debt would be paid again. Story 9. The Silent Graveyard. At the heart of Black Hollow stood the old cemetery, its headstones worn and crumbling with time. No one visited after sunset, and even in daylight, the villagers tread lightly. There was a reason the graveyard had earned its name. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, and the wind never howled among the stones. It was as if the place itself held its breath. One autumn, a gravedigger named Thomas arrived in Black Hollow, seeking work. He had spent his life tending cemeteries and had never feared the dead. When he asked why no one visited their loved ones, the villagers gave the same chilling reply: because they are not alone. Thomas laughed off their fears. He had seen death in all its forms. The dead did not rise. They did not whisper. But Black Hollow was different. The villagers warned him of one rule: never step into the graveyard at midnight. Curiosity gnawed at Thomas, and on the first full moon, he defied their warning. Lantern in hand, he stepped between the graves, reading the faded names. The silence was suffocating, but he pressed on. Then he saw it. A fresh grave, one that had not been there that afternoon. The dirt was loose, and a simple wooden marker bore a name that froze his blood. Thomas Gray. His own name. A sound broke the silence. A slow, deliberate scraping, like fingers clawing through earth. The ground at his feet shifted. A hand, pale and stiff, burst from the soil, grasping at his ankle. Thomas screamed and tried to run, but the ground beneath him crumbled. Shadows coiled around him, pulling him down. He clawed at the dirt, gasping for breath as unseen hands dragged him beneath the surface. By sunrise, the graveyard was silent once more. No one searched for Thomas. No one spoke of his disappearance. But a new headstone stood in the cemetery now, its name freshly carved. And the villagers knew. The silent graveyard had claimed another soul. Story 10. The Forgotten Road. No map showed its existence, and no traveler spoke of its origin. But the villagers of Blackthorn knew better than to set foot on the Forgotten Road. It stretched beyond the village, swallowed by thick, gnarled trees that leaned toward one another as if whispering dark secrets. No one had dared to walk it in generations, yet it remained untouched, waiting. Eliza, a headstrong young woman, scoffed at the superstitions of her elders. "A road is just a road," she insisted. "If no one walks it, how do we even know where it leads?" Her curiosity burned, and one evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, she stepped onto the path. A chilling wind rose from nowhere, carrying the faint scent of decay. With each step, the village behind her seemed to fade, swallowed by an unnatural fog. The deeper she walked, the quieter the world became. The sounds of birds, insects, and rustling leaves vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. Then she noticed something that made her stomach twist. Houses. But these were not the homes of Blackthorn. The structures were ancient, their wood-rotted windows shattered. The village looked abandoned, yet she felt eyes watching her from the hollow doorways. Shadows flickered in the broken glass, moving when she did not. She turned to leave, but the road was gone. The path behind her was now an endless stretch of more ruins, more silence. Eliza's breath quickened. She retraced her steps, her heart pounding. Then she saw them, figures standing among the ruined homes, their faces obscured by the fog. They did not move, did not speak, but she felt their gaze piercing her soul. A whisper slithered through the air. "You walked the road. Now you stay." The figures stepped closer. The ground beneath her softened like wet clay. When she tried to run, her feet sank deeper, hands clawing from the earth to grip her ankles. A scream tore from her throat, but no one was there to hear it. By sunrise, the Forgotten Road was empty once more. In Blackthorn, the villagers continued to warn their children, just as they always had. No one ever returned from the Forgotten Road. Story 11. The Blacksmith's Forge. At the heart of the village stood an old forge, its iron doors rusted, its chimney long silent. No one had stepped inside in years, yet some nights, when the moon was high, the villagers could hear it. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil, the hiss of steel meeting water. Long ago, the forge belonged to a man named Willem Harrow, the greatest blacksmith in the land. His weapons were said to never dull, his armor impenetrable. But Willem's success had a secret. He had forged a deal with something beyond this world. A hooded figure had come to him one stormy night, offering a bargain, power in exchange for servitude. Desperate for mastery, Willem accepted, branding his soul as the price. From that moment, his forge never cooled, his hammer never faltered. But perfection came with a curse. As the years passed, Willem took on apprentices, yet none remained for long. Some fled, whispering of voices in the flames, of tools that moved on their own. Others vanished without a trace, their screams lost beneath the pounding steel. Then, one night, the forge fell silent. When the villagers entered, they found only Willem's hammer resting upon the anvil, his body gone. Yet the metal on his last creation was still red-hot, as if the forge had never gone cold. Decades later, the forge remains abandoned, but the villagers know better than to disturb it. Those who pass by at night claim to see shadows moving behind the soot-streaked windows, to hear the steady pounding of an unseen hammer. One traveler, foolish enough to enter, found a sword resting on the anvil, its steel gleaming despite the dust. When he picked it up, he felt a terrible weight settle upon him, as if unseen chains had locked around his wrists. His screams echoed through the empty forge, and by morning he was gone. Only the hammer remained, waiting for the next soul to take up the cursed craft. Story 12. The Empty Inn. The inn at the edge of the village was always open, its doors welcoming to weary travelers. The fire burned warm, and the ale flowed freely. But no matter how many visitors arrived, no one ever left. The villagers whispered about the guests who had stayed the night, how their rooms were found empty the next morning, their belongings left untouched. The beds were made, the floors swept clean, as if no one had ever been there. Yet, the innkeeper, a man named Tobias Grinshaw, insisted all was well. People come and go, he would say, his smile never reaching his eyes. Some just find a place they'd rather stay. One night, a traveler named Edgar decided to uncover the mystery. As the village slept, he crept through the inn, checking every room. The hallways twisted in ways they shouldn't, doors led to places that defied logic. Then he found it, a door with no handle, locked from the outside. Inside, muffled cries echoed. When he pried the door open, he saw them, dozens of figures, pale and gaunt, their eyes hollow with endless hunger. They reached for him, whispering in voices that no longer belonged to the living. Edgar stumbled back, slamming the door shut. His heart pounded as the whispers grew louder, crawling under his skin. He turned to run, but the hallways had shifted again. The doors stretched endlessly in both directions, each one identical, each one locked. His breath hitched as he reached the main hall. The fire still burned, the chairs still rocked gently as if recently occupied, but the patrons were gone. The only person left was Tobias, standing behind the counter, his hands folded neatly. "Ah, you found them," the innkeeper said, his smile widening. "Not many do before their time." Edgar shook his head. What are they?" "They were once guests, much like yourself. And now it is your turn." The floor beneath Edgar's feet softened. He looked down to see the wooden planks dissolving into shadows. Cold hands gripped his ankles, pulling him into the dark. He clawed at the air, but the innkeeper only watched, his expression unchanging. As Edgar was swallowed whole, the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, and the doors to the inn swung open once more. Tobias straightened his coat and turned toward the entrance, smiling warmly at the next weary traveler stepping inside. "Welcome," he said. "We have a room just for you." Story 13. The Hidden Cellar. Eleanor had lived in the village her entire life, inheriting her family's small cottage after her parents passed. The house was old, its wooden beams creaking under the weight of time. Yet, it was hers, and she took comfort in its familiarity, until the day she found the cellar door. She had never noticed it before, tucked beneath the kitchen rug, the wooden planks nearly seamless. But when she pulled the rug back, there it was, a trapdoor fitted with an iron ring. Curiosity gnawed at her. Why had her parents never spoken of it? With hesitant fingers, she grasped the ring and pulled. The door groaned open, revealing a staircase spiraling into pitch-black darkness. A damp, musty scent wafted up, sending a shiver down her spine. Candlestick in hand, she descended. The air thickened as she stepped onto the cold stone floor, shadows flickering against the walls. The room stretched deeper than she expected, its walls lined with shelves covered in dust. But it was what lay at the center of the room that made her breath hitch, a collection of figures, standing silently in a circle. At first, she thought they were mannequins, their features eerily detailed. But as she stepped closer, recognition set in. They looked like villagers. Each face was unmistakable. Her neighbor Thomas, the baker's wife, even the mayor. all frozen in expressions of fear and anguish. Their skin had a waxy sheen, their eyes vacant, yet disturbingly real. Then one of them blinked. Eleanor stumbled back, horror surging through her veins. A whisper echoed from the darkness, chilling her to the bone. "Help us!" She turned to flee, but the cellar door slammed shut above her. The candle flickered wildly, casting monstrous shadows along the walls. The figures began to move, their stiff limbs cracking as they reached for her. Her scream never left her lips. By morning, Eleanor's house stood quiet. The villagers noticed her absence but did not speak of it. Another had joined the cellar's collection, another lifelike figure standing among the lost. The trapdoor remained hidden, waiting for its next visitor. Story 14. The Mill That Screams. For as long as anyone in Black Hollow could remember, the old windmill on the edge of town had been abandoned. Its wooden blades, warped and cracked by time, stood frozen against the sky. The villagers whispered about strange sounds carried on the wind, ghostly wails that seemed to come from within its rotting walls. They called it the Screaming Mill. Few dared to venture near, especially after nightfall. Those who did reported hearing cries that rose and fell like the howling of lost souls. Some claimed they saw shadows moving through the broken windows. Others swore they heard their own names whispered in the dark. One autumn evening, Thomas Greaves, a skeptical young journalist, arrived in Black Hollow to investigate. Determined to debunk the legend, he set out with only a lantern, a notebook, and his wits. The townsfolk warned him against it, but he laughed off their superstitions. The mill loomed before him, its wooden doors barely hanging on their hinges. Pushing them open, he stepped inside. Dust choked the air. The scent of decay and something fouler, something metallic, clung to the walls. He raised his lantern and gasped. The interior was a ruin of broken machinery and rotting beams, but it was the carvings that caught his eye. Deep gouges lined the wooden floor, strange symbols he didn't recognize. Then the sound began, a soft whisper, rising to a shriek. Thomas spun around, lantern shaking in his grip. The sound was everywhere, inhuman, agonized. His breath came in ragged gasps. Something moved in the shadows. A figure, no, many figures, emerged from the darkness. Faces twisted in silent screams, their eyes hollow pits. He stumbled backward, feet catching on the warped planks. His lantern fell, shattering, and darkness swallowed him whole. The villagers found his notebook the next morning, just outside the mill. The last entry read, "The screams are real. They are inside the walls. They are." The rest was an unreadable scrawl. Story 15. The Abandoned Schoolhouse. The old schoolhouse on the outskirts of Briarwood had been abandoned for decades, left to rot beneath the weight of time and whispers. Its windows, shattered and gaping, resembled hollow eyes watching those who dared approach. The children of the town spoke in hushed tones about the school, trading ghost stories about the souls that still lingered there. No one knew exactly why the school had closed so suddenly. Some said a fire had broken out in the middle of class, though the building showed no burn marks. Others claimed a teacher had gone mad, locking the students inside before vanishing without a trace. But one thing remained consistent in every story. Strange voices could be heard from within, and eerie figures were sometimes seen standing motionless at the windows. One evening, Eleanor Carter, a thrill-seeking college student, decided to investigate. Armed with her camera and flashlight, she slipped through the rusted gate and made her way toward the looming structure. Her footsteps crunched against the brittle leaves as she pushed open the heavy wooden doors. The air inside was thick with dust and decay. Desks sat in eerie disarray, books strewn across the floor as if the students had fled in a hurry. A faint whisper echoed through the hall, making Eleanor's heart pound. She raised her camera and took a picture. When she checked the screen, her breath hitched. A figure stood at the far end of the hallway. She swung her flashlight in that direction, but the corridor was empty. A chill crawled up her spine. The whispering grew louder, turning into a cacophony of hushed voices. The air around her felt charged, heavy with something unseen. A shadow flickered past the doorway ahead, and Eleanor felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She turned to run, but the doorway behind her slammed shut. The whispers turned to laughter, cold, mocking laughter. The last thing she saw was a row of desks shifting on their own, forming a barricade as the lights in the schoolhouse flickered and died. The next morning, Eleanor's camera was found just outside the entrance, its battery drained. The last image captured was of the hallway, empty, except for a single desk, and the faint outline of children's handprints on the dusty floor. Eleanor Carter was never seen again. Story 16. The Lantern Man. Deep in the mist-laden swamps of Hollow Creek, a legend whispered through generations spoke of the Lantern Man. No one knew exactly who or what he was, but every child grew up with the warning. If you see the lanterns glow, turn and run. The stories varied. Some claimed he was a lost soul, a ferryman searching for passengers who had long since died. Others believed he was something worse, a vengeful spirit hunting those who strayed too far into the bog at night. The only certainty was that those who followed the lantern never returned. One chilly autumn evening, Jacob Marlowe, an amateur folklorist, arrived in Hollow Creek to uncover the truth. Armed with only a notebook and a lantern of his own, he ventured into the swamps despite the townsfolk's warnings. The thick fog curled around the trees, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. The deeper he walked, the quieter the world became, until he saw it. A faint golden glow flickered through the trees ahead. It swayed, slow and deliberate, as if beckoning him forward. Jacob's breath hitched, but curiosity overpowered caution. He followed. The glow led him deeper into the marsh, where the ground grew soft and treacherous. Shadows twisted in the fog, taking vague shapes that seemed to reach for him. Then he heard it, a voice, low and hollow, whispering his name. He froze. The lantern's glow stopped ahead, hovering in place. The whispering grew louder, a chorus of voices now, each repeating his name in a slow, dreadful chant. The realization struck him like ice in his veins. The Lantern Man wasn't leading him. It was luring him. Jacob turned to run, but the swamp had changed. The path behind him had vanished, swallowed by the mist. The lantern's glow surged forward, impossibly fast, and before he could scream, the darkness consumed him. The next morning, only Jacob's lantern was found, still flickering with an eerie, golden light. The townsfolk knew what it meant. The Lantern Man had claimed another soul. Story 17. The Bone Collector. In the desolate outskirts of Ravenshade, where the wind howled through the skeletal trees, a grim legend was whispered by firelight. They spoke of the Bone Collector, a phantom that roamed the woods, gathering the remains of the lost and the forgotten. No one knew why he did it, but the warning was always the same. Leave nothing behind, or he will come for you. The legend was old, older than the town itself. Some claimed he had once been a gravedigger, cursed for defiling the dead. Others believed he was something far worse, an entity that needed bones to keep itself whole. Whatever the truth, the Bone Collector never left a body intact. Only the bones remained, stacked in silent, grim monuments among the trees. One bitter winter night, a drifter named Elias Monroe arrived in Ravenshade. He had no home, no past, just the worn pack on his back and the hunger in his belly. Ignoring the warnings, he made camp near the edge of the woods, thinking the tales were nothing more than superstition. As the fire crackled, he felt it, an unnatural stillness creeping through the air. The wind died, and the forest seemed to breathe around him. Then came the sound, a slow, deliberate crunch. Elias peered into the darkness, his pulse hammering. A figure stood just beyond the firelight, shrouded in tattered robes, its face obscured beneath a hood of shadow. The only thing visible was a skeletal hand, fingers curling as if in invitation. Panic surged through Elias. He grabbed his pack and stumbled backward, but the figure moved with impossible silence, closing the distance without a sound. The firelight flickered, revealing something terrible beneath the hood. A hollowed-out face, its eyes empty sockets, its mouth a yawning abyss. Elias ran. The trees twisted around him, the path shifting like a nightmare. The crunching sound followed, relentless, the sound of bone against bone. His breath burned in his lungs as he tripped and fell into the snow. When the townsfolk searched for him the next morning, they found only his footprints leading into the forest. At the edge of the woods, a new stack of bones had appeared, meticulously arranged, gleaming white against the frost. The bone collector had claimed another. Story 18. The Howling Widow. In the forgotten town of Blackvale, where the mist clung to the rooftops like a suffocating shroud, an old manor stood atop Widow's Hill. The house had been abandoned for decades, but every night, without fail, a chilling wail echoed through the valley. The townsfolk called her the Howling Widow. The legend spoke of Eleanor Graves, a woman whose husband vanished at sea, leaving her to waste away in sorrow. When hope finally broke her mind, she threw herself from the manor's balcony, her final cry of despair carried by the wind. Yet, even in death, her spirit lingered, trapped between the living and the lost. Few dared approach the manor. The ones who did never returned unchanged. Some claimed to hear Eleanor whispering in their ears, her voice cold as the grave. Others saw fleeting shadows in the windows, glimpses of a woman in mourning, her veil fluttering despite the still air. One stormy evening, Daniel Mercer, a skeptic and self-proclaimed ghost debunker, arrived in Blackvale. Determined to prove the legend false, he climbed the hill with a lantern and a tape recorder, ignoring the villagers' warnings. The manor loomed, its broken windows like empty eye sockets watching his every move. As he stepped inside, the air grew thick, oppressive. The wooden floor groaned beneath his weight. Dust swirled in the lantern's glow, forming shapes that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. Then came the first whisper. "Daniel?" He froze. The voice was faint, like a breath against his ear. The air grew colder, his breath visible in the dim light. His recorder crackled, distorted by static. The whisper turned into a wail, rising, filling every corner of the room. The lantern flickered, its flame shrinking to nothing. Darkness swallowed him whole. The next morning, the townsfolk found Daniel's lantern at the manor's entrance, its glass shattered. The recorder played only one thing: a woman's voice, weeping, repeating the same words over and over. "Why won't he come home?" Story 19. The Beast of the Barn. On the outskirts of the quiet farming town of Millhaven stood an old, decaying barn. No one used it anymore, not since the Thompson family vanished without a trace nearly 50 years ago. The townsfolk avoided it, warning their children to steer clear. Some claimed they heard growls at night, low and guttural, carried on the wind. Others spoke of claw marks appearing on the wooden beams, too deep for any normal animal. They called it the Beast's Barn. One summer evening, Luke Carter, a curious teenager with a taste for the forbidden, decided to uncover the truth. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and his father's old hunting knife, he sneaked out after dark and made his way to the barn. The air was thick with the scent of damp hay and something foul, like rotting meat. Luke stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath his boots. Dust motes danced in the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the walls. He held his breath and listened. Silence, then a scrape, a deep, deliberate sound, like claws dragging across wood. His pulse quickened. The flashlight flickered. From the shadows, something shifted, its breathing heavy and labored. The air grew colder, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening bang. A low growl rumbled through the barn, vibrating in his chest. The flashlight flickered again, and for a split second, Luke saw it, hulking, covered in matted fur, its glowing eyes locked onto him. He screamed. The next morning, the sheriff found Luke's flashlight just outside the barn. Its battery was drained, its casing scratched as if by something with inhuman claws. There was no sign of Luke, only deep gouges in the dirt, leading into the darkness of the barn's depths. No one ever entered again. Story 20. The Winged Horror. The town of Black Hollow lay on the edge of the forest, its cobblestone streets wrapped in the hush of forgotten sins. fog drifted between the skeletal trees, and the wind carried a whisper, a sorrowful wail that sent shivers through those who dared to listen. No one spoke of the creature, not in the daylight, not even behind closed doors. They only left offerings at the forest's edge, crumbs of bread, rusted trinkets, and sometimes a candle flickering against the night, as if small tokens could keep the horror at bay. Elias Faulkner did not believe in ghost stories. When he arrived in Black Hollow, he saw only a decaying town clinging to its past. A historian by trade, he had come to document the ruins of the old chapel hidden in the woods. But he soon learned that no one would guide him there. The townsfolk refused to step beyond the trees after sunset. The wings, an old woman muttered when he asked. They blot out the moon. You hear them before you see them. And if you see them, she stopped herself, her wrinkled fingers clutching a silver cross. Elias dismissed it as superstition. But on his third night in Black Hollow, he saw the shadow. It loomed beyond his window, cast by no earthly form. A shape with vast, tattered wings stretched across the buildings, moving with an unnatural stillness. A hush fell over the town. No wind, no insects, only silence as thick as the darkness itself. Then came the sound, a soft rustling, like feathers dragging over stone. A sob, barely audible, carried through the mist. Elias's breath caught in his throat. He stepped toward the window, pressing his palm to the glass. And then it turned. The shadow shifted, and two hollow eyes, pale and endless as the moon, stared back at him. Something scratched against the wood of his door. And then, the candle by his bedside flickered out. Story 21. The Moving Scarecrow. In the sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between dark forests and sprawling farmlands, there was one thing that no one could explain: the moving scarecrow. Each year, as autumn painted the leaves in shades of orange and gold, the scarecrow in Old Man Hargrove's cornfield began its strange journey. It wasn't supposed to move, but it did, slowly, inch by inch, across the field. The scarecrow had stood at the edge of Hargrove's farm for decades, constructed from a worn-out straw man dressed in old clothes and topped with a tattered hat. It wasn't remarkable in any way, except for the fact that every morning, it was never quite in the same place as the night before. It was just a rumor at first. People said it was the wind or the shifting ground. But after a particularly stormy night, it became undeniable. The scarecrow was gone. By the morning light, it was seen standing at the edge of the woods, far away from where it had been the previous evening. A group of curious villagers decided to solve the mystery of the moving scarecrow. Among them was young Emily, an aspiring journalist known for her determination to uncover the truth. Armed with her notebook and a flashlight, she joined the group as they ventured to the edge of Hargrove's cornfield. "What do you think?" Emily asked her older brother, Nathan, as they watched the scarecrow from the safety of a nearby tree. "I don't know," Nathan replied, his voice tense. "There's something about it. Feels like it's watching us." As night fell, they set up a stakeout, waiting in silence as the scarecrow loomed in the distance. Hours passed, and the cold began to settle in. Just as they were about to give up, a rustling sound echoed through the field. Emily's heart raced. The scarecrow was moving. The scarecrow's head shifted, and then, as if responding to some unseen force, it took a step. Slowly, deliberately, it moved toward them. Emily's breath caught in her throat as the figure crossed the moonlit field. She could see it now. Its hollow eyes seemed to glow faintly. The scarecrow's movements grew more erratic, faster, as though it had a purpose. Emily followed it cautiously, her brother close behind. They watched in awe as the scarecrow stumbled toward a large, forgotten stone at the far end of the field. It stopped in front of the stone, and with a sudden creak, the scarecrow knelt and placed its hands on the stone. There, in the moonlight, Emily saw the true nature of the scarecrow. It wasn't just a figure of straw and cloth. It had something more. The stone seemed to react to the scarecrow's touch, glowing with a strange energy. The earth around them rumbled. A deep voice echoed in Emily's mind. "Only the chosen can see the path. Only the willing can walk it." Suddenly, the scarecrow turned to face them. Its hollow eyes gleamed as if inviting them forward. Nathan gripped Emily's arm, terrified, but she felt an odd pull, an irresistible compulsion to understand what was happening. Without a word, she stepped forward. The scarecrow reached out with its straw hands, and as Emily's hand brushed against its outstretched arm, the world around them seemed to shift. The cornfield blurred, replaced by an ancient forest, thick with mist. As they ventured deeper into the mystical forest, Emily realized that the scarecrow wasn't moving of its own volition. It was guiding them. It led them to a hidden clearing where a circle of ancient stone pillars stood, each inscribed with runes. At the center of the circle, an altar stood, old and weathered. The scarecrow halted, motioning for Emily and Nathan to step forward. A faint whisper filled the air, and from the shadows, figures began to emerge. Ghostly forms of farmers from centuries past, their faces twisted with sadness, hovered near the altar. The scarecrow was no mere decoration. It was the guardian of lost souls, the keeper of forgotten promises. The villagers who had once made bargains with the forest spirits had disappeared, their souls trapped in the realm between life and death. Emily and Nathan realized that their town's prosperity had always come at a price. A pact made long ago, one that bound the spirits of those who had worked the land to serve as the guardians of the scarecrow. The scarecrow had been moving for centuries, not by chance, but by design. It was always searching for someone willing to take on the responsibility of maintaining the balance between the living and the dead. Emily now faced a choice: accept the legacy of the scarecrow and become its new guardian, or return to her life, knowing the mystery would remain unsolved. The spirits of the lost farmers began to chant, their voices blending with the wind. The scarecrow's eyes burned with an unspoken urgency. With one last glance at her brother, Emily knew what she had to do. She extended her hand toward the scarecrow, ready to take on the mantle of the guardian. Story 22. The Fading Sun. The sun had begun to fade in the sky over Corval City, casting a haunting golden hue across the horizon. No one knew why, but it had been happening for years now. What had once been a brilliant orb of light, rising high and burning through the blue of the morning, now barely reached above the city's skyline before sinking into a dull, bruised orange. Days had shortened, and the nights grew longer. At first, the changes were subtle, barely noticeable. But with each passing year, the sun's light seemed to weaken. People stopped talking about it, for fear of drawing attention to something that couldn't be explained. And soon, even the most faithful of scientists had given up. They simply called it the fading. The cities of the world had learned to adapt. Electricity ran constantly, powered by underground generators, and artificial lights bathed homes and streets in perpetual brightness. People walked in the daytime wearing sunglasses, and no one dared leave their homes after the sun sank, as it was now a signal for something wrong. Lena had always been different from the others. While everyone else was content to live in the city's artificial glow, she would sneak away to the outskirts of Corval, to the open fields where the sun still cast its fading light. She would sit there for hours, staring up at the diminishing disk, trying to catch a glimpse of something that might explain why the world felt so empty. One evening, as Lena ventured out to her usual spot, she noticed something strange. A figure standing beneath the trees at the edge of the field. It was a woman, her silhouette almost lost against the darkening sky. Lena hesitated but, compelled by a sense of familiarity, approached her. "You're watching too," the woman said, as if she had known Lena would come. Lena froze, startled by the words. "What do you mean?" The woman turned her face toward her. She looked older than Lena, perhaps in her 40s, but her eyes held an eerie clarity, like she had seen beyond the veil of normal life. "The sun," she said, her voice low. "You feel it, don't you? It's fading for a reason." Lena swallowed. "I felt it, for years. But I don't understand why it's happening." The woman smiled faintly. "Because it's not just the sun. It's everything. The sun is a symptom, a warning. But the real question is, who is paying attention? Who is still watching?" The woman introduced herself as Celine, a name that seemed to linger in the air like the scent of an ancient memory. Over the following weeks, Lena and Celine met often, sometimes under the dimming sun, sometimes under the cold moon. Celine spoke of things Lena had never heard before: old legends, forgotten truths, and the mysteries of the universe. You see, Celine explained one night, as they watched the sun sink lower than ever before, the sun didn't simply start fading on its own. The people of this world made choices hundreds of years ago, choices that led to this moment. The sun is only a reflection of the world's soul, a soul that has been neglected. Lena frowned. Neglected? How? Celine took a deep breath. When the world's greed grew too great, when progress began to outpace nature, people lost their connection to the earth, to each other, and to the mysteries of life itself. The sun began to fade as a warning that no one heeded. Lena thought about the city, the tall buildings, the machines, the endless consumption. People no longer remembered what it meant to simply exist, to feel the warmth of the sun on their skin without it being part of a schedule, a ritual. But what can we do? Lena asked, her voice trembling. Is there still time? Celine's gaze grew distant. Perhaps, but it's not just about the sun. It's about remembering. There is a lost city, hidden from the world, where the light still shines bright. It is a place where people live in harmony with nature, where they know what it means to truly see. If you can find it, perhaps you can awaken what has been lost. Lena felt a chill run down her spine. How can I find this city? You will know it when you see it, Celine said, her voice like a whisper carried on the wind. The signs are all around you. Determined to uncover the truth, Lena left Corval City the following day. She ventured through the broken landscape, the fields and forests growing more desolate as the sun's light faded further. She followed Celine's cryptic advice, seeking signs in the rustling of the leaves, in the patterns of the stars above. For days, Lena wandered, her hopes slowly dimming along with the sun. The world was bleak, silent, save for the occasional whisper of wind. But just as she began to lose faith, a strange thing happened. She noticed a flicker of light in the distance, barely perceptible, but there nonetheless. Lena followed the light, her heart pounding in her chest. It led her to an ancient structure, half buried beneath the earth, glowing softly under the shadow of the fading sun. It was the lost city, the city Celine had spoken of. As Lena stepped into the city, she felt the warmth of the sun like she had never felt before. It was gentle, soothing, alive. The buildings were not made of concrete, but of stone and wood, intertwined with nature. The air smelled sweet, full of life. People moved about, their faces radiant with understanding and peace. Lena approached the center of the city, where an enormous crystal pulsed with a soft, warm glow. She reached out and touched it. A surge of energy coursed through her, and suddenly, everything became clear. The sun was fading, not because it had lost its power, but because the world had lost its way. The city was a place of renewal, a place where people had remembered how to live in harmony with nature, with each other, and with the universe. The crystal hummed as Lena stood there, her hands resting on its surface. She understood now. The world wasn't doomed. It was merely waiting for the people to remember. The sun would shine again, but only if they chose to open their eyes and see. Story 23. The Changing Portraits. When Rachel inherited her great-aunt's old mansion, she was both excited and uneasy. The sprawling estate sat at the edge of town, its grand facade hidden behind overgrown ivy and a long, winding driveway. Rachel had spent many childhood summers visiting her aunt, but after her passing, the house had been left untouched for years. Her aunt, a reclusive artist, had never married or had children, so Rachel, the only living relative, became the heir to everything, though she had little interest in the mansion itself. Upon arriving, Rachel was struck by the overwhelming silence. The mansion seemed frozen in time, with furniture covered in dust sheets and the air thick with the scent of old wood and forgotten memories. But what truly caught her eye were the portraits that lined the walls of the grand hallway. They were all painted by her great-aunt, depicting various family members and friends, each one more lifelike than the last. There were dark eyes in every painting, watching her as she moved from room to room. Curiously, one portrait stood out, It was of her great-aunt herself, painted in an elegant sitting room, wearing a blue gown with a faint smile on her lips. But something about the expression seemed off. Every time Rachel glanced at it, the smile appeared to shift ever so slightly, as though the painting were aware of her presence. Rachel decided to stay the night, partly to sort through her great-aunt's belongings and partly to try and understand the strange pull she felt toward the house. The first night, everything seemed normal enough. But by morning, things began to feel different. As Rachel passed by the hallway, she froze in her tracks. The portrait of her great-aunt had changed. The smile had deepened, the eyes were now looking straight at her, and there was an eerie glimmer in the figure's gaze. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She rubbed her eyes, thinking it was merely the shadows playing tricks on her. But when she looked again, the change was unmistakable. As the days passed, the other portraits began to change, too. A painting of her grandmother, smiling warmly in a floral dress, suddenly seemed to have a hint of sadness in her eyes. Her great-grandfather, who had always appeared stern in his portrait, now looked almost haunted, as if a great sorrow weighed him down. Rachel tried to tell herself it was just her imagination, or maybe the paint had aged and shifted, but the changes grew more noticeable, more disturbing. One evening, as she stared at her aunt's portrait, she swore she saw the figure's lips curl into a whisper, though no sound came from the painting. Determined to find an explanation, Rachel began researching her great-aunt's life. She discovered that her aunt had been a brilliant artist in her youth, but had mysteriously withdrawn from the art world in her later years. There were rumors that she had become obsessed with portraiture, capturing not just the likeness but the very essence of those she painted. Some claimed that her paintings could capture a person's soul. The deeper Rachel dug, the more unsettling the revelations became. A journal entry from her aunt's younger days described her experiments with living portraits, works that could change with time, that could retain the emotions and energies of their subjects. But as she read on, the tone grew darker. Her aunt had written that the process was dangerous, that it could trap the soul of the subject within the frame. There were hints that her great-aunt had been involved in a tragic accident, one that left her with a broken spirit and a thirst for something more. Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that the paintings in the mansion weren't just portraits. They were prisons, the spirits of her ancestors, caught in the painted frames, their emotions lingering in the brushstrokes. Late one night, after hours of restless sleep, Rachel was drawn to the grand hallway once more. She stood in front of her aunt's portrait, now unervingly vivid, and felt a strange compulsion to touch it. She hesitated, but her hand moved toward the frame, as if pulled by an invisible force. The moment her fingers brushed against the canvas, the entire room seemed to shudder. The painting rippled like water, and before she could react, Rachel was standing in the room from the portrait, surrounded by the soft glow of candlelight. Her great-aunt's figure stood before her, but it wasn't the same woman. The smile had stretched unnaturally wide, the eyes hollow and dark. "You shouldn't have touched it," the figure whispered, her voice echoing in Rachel's mind. Before Rachel could respond, the other portraits seemed to come alive. The figures shifted within their frames, eyes following her, mouths forming silent words. Her grandmother's portrait began to weep. Her great-grandfather's figure looked on with sorrowful pity, and the others twisted into expressions of anguish. Rachel stumbled back, her heart racing. She had to escape, she had to break the curse. Desperately, she reached for the nearest painting, trying to pull it from the wall. But as her fingers made contact, the world around her began to distort, as though the house itself was reacting to her actions. The once still portraits now seemed to reach out, their frames stretching, distorting into grotesque versions of their former selves. In the chaos, Rachel realized the truth. Her aunt's obsession with her portraits had led her to discover a terrible secret: the power to trap souls within the canvas, to keep them alive forever in an immortal form. But there was a price. The souls that were trapped within the paintings slowly began to lose themselves, their memories fading, their identities becoming a mere reflection of the emotions they had once carried. The paintings weren't just records of the past. They were prisons, keeping the spirits of Rachel's ancestors in an eternal, tortured stasis. Rachel made one final, desperate decision. She tore her gray tant's portrait from the wall, causing the entire house to tremble. The figure in the painting screamed, a sound that reverberated in her mind as she fled through the mansion. The walls seemed to close in on her, the portraits reaching out for her, but she pressed on, determined to escape the curse that had bound her family for generations. With one final burst of strength, Rachel hurled the portrait into the fireplace, watching as the flames consumed it. As the fire roared, the mansion trembled one last time, and then fell silent. When the smoke cleared, Rachel was alone. The portraits were gone, their frames reduced to ash. The mansion had returned to stillness, its curse broken. But Rachel knew that the price for freedom had been steep, and the spirits of her ancestors would never truly be at rest. Story 24. The Vanishing Children. In the quiet town of Ashford, nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, there was an unsettling pattern that no one could explain. Every 5 years, on the night of the Harvest Festival, a child would go missing. It started years ago, with little more than whispers and vague memories of children being lost and then found in strange places, sometimes miles from their homes, always with no memory of what had happened. But as the years went by, the disappearances became more frequent and more mysterious. The townspeople spoke in hushed voices, afraid of the old curse, the one that no one wanted to acknowledge but everyone feared. This year, on the night of the Harvest Festival, it was 8-year-old Emma, a lively girl with bright blue eyes and a smile that could light up a room. She had been playing near the town square, laughing with her friends, when her mother turned her back for just a moment. When she looked again, Emma was gone. The town erupted in panic. The search began immediately, with volunteers combing the streets and forests, but no trace of Emma could be found. It wasn't the first time, but each disappearance made the town's fear grow stronger. Lucy, Emma's older sister, couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. She had always felt uneasy about the Harvest Festival, and her mother had always been quick to dismiss her fears. But as she grew older, the stories of the missing children seemed too deliberate to ignore. Lucy began her own investigation, sneaking into the Old Town archives and piecing together the history of the disappearances. She learned of a chilling pattern. Every 5 years, on the night of the Harvest Festival, a child would vanish without a trace. They were always found later, usually miles away from town, disoriented and confused, but with no memory of what had happened to them. The most unsettling part of her research came from an ancient journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. The journal belonged to a woman named Martha Hale, who had lived in Ashford over a century ago. Martha had written of a strange ritual, a pact made by the town's founders with a shadowy figure who lived deep in the forest. Every 5 years, the ritual called for the sacrifice of a child, chosen at random, to ensure the prosperity of the town. It was said that the children would return, but they would be forever changed. Lucy's heart raced as she read the final entry, a frantic note scrawled in the margins. The children are not the same when they come back. Something goes with them. Desperate to find her sister and uncover the truth, Lucy ventured into the woods, determined to confront whatever was responsible for the disappearances. She had heard the old tales, the ones about the Whispering Forest, where the trees were said to hold secrets older than the town itself. The forest had a strange reputation. Many who entered didn't come back the same, and some never returned at all. But Lucy pressed on, following the fated path that led deeper into the heart of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence enveloped the trees. Suddenly, she heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, like a breeze brushing through the leaves. "Come closer, Lucy," her pulse quickened. The voice seemed to come from all around her, though she couldn't see anyone. She followed the sound, drawn by an invisible force. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and as she stepped deeper into the forest, she saw it. An ancient stone circle, half hidden by vines and moss. In the center of the circle stood a figure, cloaked in shadows, its face obscured. The whisper stopped, and the figure turned slowly toward Lucy. "You've come to break the cycle," the figure said in a voice that sounded like 1,000 voices speaking at once. Lucy's heart raced. "Where's my sister? What's happening to the children?" The figure raised a hand, and from the shadows stepped Emma, her face pale and empty-eyed. But it wasn't the same Emma Lucy had known. The girl before her was distant, her smile vacant, her eyes dull and lifeless. "Emma?" Lucy whispered, stepping forward. The girl's lips parted, but instead of her sister's voice, the words that came out were foreign, strange, like an echo from another world. "The town belongs to us now," Emma said, her voice cold and distant. "The pact has been made. The children are ours." Lucy staggered back, horrified. The figure in the circle extended its arm, and the trees around them seemed to move, their branches twisting and reaching toward her. She realized then that the forest itself was alive, a sentient being that had been feeding on the town's children for generations. The figure lowered its hood, revealing a face that was neither human nor entirely other. It was a twisted, shadowy reflection, like something caught between worlds. The figure's eyes glowed with a dark, unnatural light. "You've come to stop it, but you cannot," it said, its voice seeping into Lucy's mind. "The sacrifice has been made. The children belong to the forest now, their souls bound to us. You cannot undo what has been done." Lucy's mind raced. She couldn't lose Emma. She couldn't let the town's curse continue. But as she looked around, she realized the truth. The forest had been feeding on the children's souls, using the harvest festival as a ritual to claim them every 5 years. The children who returned were never truly the same. Their essence had been taken, leaving behind empty shells. "There must be a way," Lucy said, her voice trembling. "I won't let this happen to Emma, to anyone." The figure smiled, a twisted, eerie grin. "The only way to break the cycle is to give up what you hold dear. A life for a life." Lucy understood then. To save Emma, she would have to make the ultimate sacrifice, her own life. With tears in her eyes, Lucy turned to her sister. "I love you, Emma. I'm sorry." She stepped forward, embracing the darkness that called to her. And as she did, the forest seemed to pulse with energy. The trees creaked and groaned, as if awakening from a long slumber. The figure in the circle faded into the shadows, and Emma's vacant expression softened for a moment, as though remembering who she was. But as Lucy's life slipped away, she knew she had broken the cycle. The children of Ashford would no longer be taken. When the dawn broke over the town of Ashford, the missing children were returned. They wandered back into the streets, disoriented but alive. Emma, now awake and free from the grip of the forest, ran to her parents, her memory hazy but her spirit whole again. But the town would never be the same. The whispers of the forest still lingered, and the story of the vanishing children became a dark legend passed down through generations. And as for Lucy, her sacrifice was remembered in silence, her name whispered only in the quiet hours of the night. For those who knew the truth, she was the one who had broken the cycle, the one who had given her life to save the children of Ashford. Story 25. The Endless Loop. Evan's first thought when he opened his eyes was that something was wrong. The room was familiar, but not in the way it should have been. His alarm clock read 6 a.m., exactly the time he set it for every morning. The curtains were drawn, letting in a soft gray light, and the faint hum of traffic outside filtered through the window. Everything seemed normal, until he realized that it was the exact same scene from yesterday. And the day before that. He sat up quickly, heart pounding. His mind raced as he tried to piece together the events of the last few days. The routine was always the same. Wake up, shower, eat breakfast, go to work, return home, and repeat. But something had shifted. It felt as though time itself had warped. He reached for his phone, but the battery was dead, as though it had never been charged. His head spun, and then it hit him. The nagging realization that this wasn't the first time he had woken up at 6 a.m. It was the same as every morning. He had been through this before. Evan tried to shake the thought from his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, the truth was undeniable. He was stuck in a loop. The same day, the same actions over and over again. Each time he reached the end of the day and went to sleep, he woke up to the same 6 a.m. with no memory of the hours in between. The faces of his coworkers, the barista at the coffee shop, even his own reflection in the mirror, all seemed like ghosts, frozen in time, repeating their actions as though on a loop of their own. At first, Evan was filled with dread. He tried everything to break the cycle. He shouted at people, tried different paths to work, and even stayed awake through the night to see if anything would change. But nothing ever did. The day reset just like before. One evening, as he was walking home from work, his mind racing with frustration, he bumped into Sarah, a woman who lived a few doors down from him. She was carrying a bag of groceries, and they exchanged a brief, awkward smile. "Hey, Evan, you okay? You seem off today," she said, concern in her voice. It struck him like a bolt of lightning. She had never spoken to him like that before, not in this loop. In every other iteration, she had merely passed by, offering a polite wave or a distant hello. But this time, she had noticed something different about him. "Sarah, I need to ask you something," he said, his voice trembling. "Do you remember anything from yesterday?" She frowned, clearly puzzled. "Yesterday? Well, sure. I remember." Her voice trailed off as if she was thinking back, but her eyes quickly cleared. "But we talked just this morning. You seem tired." Evan's stomach dropped. She didn't remember. None of them remembered. Only he did. Days turned into weeks, and the loop showed no sign of breaking. Evan became desperate. He stopped going to work, choosing instead to wander the streets, searching for any clue that might explain why he was trapped. Each time he passed the same locations. Same street corner, same bus stop, same graffiti on the wall. It became harder to shake the feeling that he was fading, that his existence was becoming more and more irrelevant in this frozen world. One night, as he sat on a park bench, staring up at the moon, he met an older man, his clothes ragged, his eyes haunted. The man sat down next to him, uninvited, and sighed deeply, as though he had been waiting for this moment. "You're stuck, aren't you?" the man asked without looking at him. Evan blinked, taken aback. "What do you mean?" The man turned his gaze toward him, eyes filled with understanding. "I've been here longer than you, longer than anyone. You're in an endless loop, kid. It's not going to stop." Evan's breath caught in his throat. "How do you know that?" The man chuckled bitterly. "I've been through it all. Tried to escape. Tried everything. But it doesn't work. You keep repeating it. Over and over again. You try to change something, but nothing matters. The world resets. You reset. Why?" Evan whispered. "Why is this happening?" The man paused, looking out toward the horizon. "I don't know, but I think we're not meant to break out. Maybe it's punishment. Maybe it's something else. But we're here now, and we can't escape. All we can do is wait for the day to end and do it all over again." Evan felt a shiver run down his spine. The old man's words resonated in his soul, more truth than he had ever heard. The despair in his eyes was contagious, and Evan's heart sank. Was this really his fate? To live in a world that never changed, trapped in an unending cycle of repetition? The next morning, as Evan prepared for yet another day, something strange happened. For the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't want to follow the same routine. He didn't want to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to work. He didn't want to play the game anymore. Instead, he stood in front of the mirror for a long time, staring at his reflection, wondering if there was something he was missing, some detail he had overlooked. Suddenly, it clicked. The world around him, the faces, the places, the events, none of it was real. It was all a facade, a dream of sorts, an illusion looping back on itself. What if the loop wasn't a prison, but a kind of lesson? What if he had to wake up, not from the cycle, but from his own self-imposed limitations? What if breaking free wasn't about escaping the loop, but understanding it? Evan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the stillness within. Instead of resisting the cycle, he surrendered to it. He embraced the repetition, allowed it to wash over him without judgment. The next time he woke up, the loop no longer seemed like a trap. It felt like freedom, like he had finally found peace in the endless rhythm of existence. And in that moment, Evan understood. Life, like the loop, would always be cyclical. The key was not to escape it, but to find meaning in the repetition. When Evan woke up the next morning at 6 a.m., the world looked the same. The same alarm, the same street, the same people. But this time there was no panic, no fear, no urgency. He smiled, stepping into the flow of the day, knowing that he would live it again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. But it didn't matter anymore. For the first time, Evan was free. Story 26. The Eyeless Seamstress. Lena had heard the whispers before she arrived in the village, as she always did when her clients spoke of her. The Eyeless Seamstress, they called her, and although the name was given out of both fear and curiosity, Lena never understood the full weight of it until she came to Dunsford. Dunsford was an old village, nestled in a valley forgotten by time, with narrow cobblestone streets and weathered buildings that had stood for centuries. The people were kind but distant, wary of outsiders, especially someone like Lena. She had been recommended to the local tailor shop, a small, dimly lit store that seemed like it hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in decades. The elderly woman who owned the shop, Mrs. Grafton, was nearing the end of her years and had asked for help with a backlog of work. Lena's reputation preceded her, but it wasn't her skill that intrigued Mrs. Grafton. It was her peculiar appearance. She had no eyes. Her face, smooth and unbroken, was a canvas of porcelain skin, but where her eyes should have been were only two hollow voids, as if they had never existed. Still, Lena worked wonders with her hands, creating garments that fit the soul of her clients, stitching together not just fabric but their deepest desires. As Lena entered the shop, the heavy scent of thread, fabric, and dust filled her nostrils. The place was cluttered with rolls of cloth, half-finished dresses, and scattered patterns. Mrs. Grafton sat behind the counter, her frail hands folding a sheet of fabric with surprising precision. "Ah, you've arrived, my dear," she said with a smile that seemed to hide something darker. "You're just in time. I need a favor, and I believe you're the only one who can do it." Lena nodded silently, offering a faint smile. Her work was never ordinary, and she had learned long ago to expect the unusual. Mrs. Grafton handed Lena a delicate piece of parchment with an intricate design drawn on it. It was the pattern for a wedding dress, beautiful, elaborate, and unlike anything Lena had ever seen. But what caught her attention was not the gown itself, but the words that followed the design. "For Eleanor, there's a reason this dress must be made by you, Lena," Mrs. Grafton continued, her voice low. "It's for my granddaughter, Eleanor. She's not like other girls." Lena tilted her head, her hollow eyes flickering with curiosity. She could sense there was more to this than just a wedding gown. Mrs. Grafton hesitated. Then, as though the weight of years of silence had finally broken, she spoke again. "Eleanor has been ill, or perhaps it's more accurate to say she has been changed. And for her, this dress must be perfect. I've seen what happens when you try to do it any other way." Lena took the parchment, feeling an unspoken chill in the air. She had worked on many strange commissions, but this one felt different. Her fingers traced the edges of the pattern, and something stirred within her. A pull, almost like an old memory or a deep calling. "Of course," Lena said quietly, as though it was inevitable. The next morning, Lena met Eleanor for the first time. She was a pale, fragile girl with dark, almost lifeless eyes. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, and she moved with an eerie grace, as though she were gliding rather than walking. Despite her beauty, there was an unsettling emptiness in her presence, like a shadow clinging to her. Eleanor never spoke. She never made a sound, not even a sigh or a whisper. She simply stood there, her eyes trained on Lena, studying her with an intensity that made the air feel thick and suffocating. Lena tried to engage her, asking what she liked, what colors she preferred, but Eleanor only blinked, slowly, deliberately, and then walked to the corner of the room, where she sat in silence, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The oddest thing, however, was the dress. As Lena began her work, she felt an unusual pull toward it. The gown seemed to grow before her, as if it had a life of its own. The silk shimmered beneath her fingers, the lace curled and bloomed as she sewed, as if the fabric had been waiting for something, for her to awaken its form. With each stitch, Lena felt an unexplainable warmth rise within her, a strange connection to the dress, as though the creation was absorbing more than just thread. It was absorbing something else, something intangible, something forgotten. As the days passed, Lena began to notice peculiar things happening in the shop. The mirrors would fog up in strange patterns, as though someone were trying to see themselves but could not. The fabrics she worked with started to vibrate slightly, and sometimes she swore she could hear whispers in the walls. One evening, as she worked late into the night, she caught a glimpse of Eleanor in the reflection of a full-length mirror. The girl was standing behind Lena, watching her, her eyes no longer lifeless but filled with something ancient. Fear gripped Lena's chest as she turned around quickly, but there was no one there. It was then that she realized something was wrong. Eleanor's presence was not just eerie, it was malevolent. And the dress was tied to whatever force had taken hold of the girl. Lena could no longer ignore the truth. Eleanor was not just ill or changed. She was being controlled, possessed by something far older, something that thrived on the life force of others. And this dress, this cursed gown, was its vessel. The night before the wedding, Lena stayed awake, eyes wide, staring at the gown she had crafted. It shimmered eerily in the dim light, almost as though it were breathing, moving slightly with each breath Lena took. The whispers were louder now, swirling in her mind, growing frantic. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Eleanor stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the dim glow of the hallway light. She was wearing the dress. Lena's heart stopped. The dress fit her perfectly, its lace and silk flowing like water. But as Eleanor stepped closer, Lena saw it, the eyes. Two black, hollow pits where her eyes should have been. "No," Lena whispered, stepping back, fear taking hold of her. Eleanor reached out with a cold, lifeless hand, and for the first time, Lena understood. The dress was not just for the girl, it was for the entity inside her. It had been waiting to be awakened, and now, with the completion of the gown, it had taken full control. As the whispers grew louder, Lena felt her vision begin to fade. Her own eyes, empty, hollow, began to fill with the same darkness she saw in Eleanor's. She reached out, but it was too late. The gown had claimed her, just as it had claimed the girl. The last thing Lena heard was the soft, cruel laughter of the dress. The endless cycle of creation, possession, and destruction, before everything went black. Story 27. The Puppet Maker. In the heart of an old, forgotten town, nestled between crumbling brick buildings and empty streets, stood a peculiar little shop. Its sign, weathered by time, read simply, "The Puppet Maker." It was a place few visited, but those who did were always captivated. The windows were always dark, and from the street, one could never see inside. But those who knew the town's whispers spoke of its odd charm, of intricate, lifelike puppets that seemed almost alive. Evelyn was one such person who had heard the rumors. A struggling artist who had recently moved to the town in search of new inspiration, she had found little to fuel her creativity. The old village felt stagnant, its people too quiet, too reserved. She spent most of her days wandering the alleys, hoping to find something that would stir her passion. One afternoon, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the cobbled streets, Evelyn stumbled upon the puppet maker's shop. It was tucked away in a corner, behind a row of abandoned buildings, its weathered wooden door creaking as she pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the smell of aged wood. Shelves lined the walls, each one stacked with puppets in various states of creation. Some unfinished, others perfectly crafted. They were beautiful and eerie, with delicate porcelain faces, hand-stitched clothing, and limbs that seemed almost too lifelike. Evelyn's eyes were drawn to one puppet in particular, a small, intricately carved doll with sad, glassy eyes. Its expression was haunting, frozen in a moment of despair. "Do you like it?" came a soft voice from behind her. Evelyn turned to find an elderly man standing in the shadowed corner of the shop. His face was pale, his skin wrinkled, and his hair thin and gray. He wore a faded apron, his hands stained with ink and paint. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude," Evelyn said, startled by his sudden appearance. "No intrusion, my dear," the man replied with a slow smile. "I've been expecting you." Evelyn was taken aback. "You've been expecting me?" The puppet maker nodded. "I know what you seek, Evelyn. You seek inspiration. You seek something more, something to make you feel alive again. I can give you that." The old man's voice was soothing, almost hypnotic. Evelyn hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She was a painter, not a puppet maker, yet something about the shop, the puppets, called to her. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, the sensation that this place was more than it appeared. "I can help you create your masterpiece," the puppet maker continued, stepping closer. "All I ask in return is a small favor." Evelyn felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean, a favor?" The puppet maker smiled, his lips curling into something that wasn't quite a smile. "A simple exchange. Your art for mine. I will help you create the work that will bring you fame, that will make you the artist you were always meant to be. In return, I will take something from you. Something small, something you won't miss." Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest. She was both terrified and intrigued. What could he possibly want from her? What could she possibly give in return for a chance to be recognized for her talent? I don't know," she said, stepping back. "I'm not sure what you mean." The puppet maker's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "You will understand soon enough. In time. Come, let me show you." With that, he led her deeper into the shop, past shelves of puppets and strange contraptions. At the back of the room stood a large workbench, cluttered with tools and wooden limbs. There, a new puppet awaited, a figure in a tattered dress, its face obscured by a veil of dark hair. It was lifeless, unmoving. "This is what I can help you create," the puppet maker said. "A work of art so perfect, so alive, that it will stir the souls of all who gaze upon it." Evelyn stared at the puppet, transfixed by its beauty. It's incredible," she whispered. The puppet maker nodded. "Yes, it is. But to bring it to life, I need something from you. A piece of your soul, your essence. Just a small offering and the puppet will live. It will be your creation, but it will become more. It will have its own will, its own desires." Evelyn's mind raced. The idea of creating something that could come to life, something that would be remembered for eternity, was too tempting to resist. She knew deep down that she couldn't turn back now. She had to take the chance. "Okay," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I'll do it. I'll make the trade." The puppet maker's hands moved swiftly, deftly, as he took out a small, sharp knife. "Hold out your hand," he instructed. Evelyn obeyed, her heart racing. The blade pressed into her palm, and she gasped as the blood trickled down her fingers. But the pain wasn't the worst part. It was the feeling, the sensation that something was being torn from her. It wasn't just blood. It was as if a piece of her very soul was being ripped away, leaving a hollow emptiness inside her. She wanted to pull away, to scream, but the puppet maker's hands held her steady. "Trust me," he murmured. "This is the price of greatness." When it was over, the puppet maker smiled, his eyes glinting. He wiped the blood from his hands, then gestured to the puppet on the table. "Now it is done." Evelyn stumbled back, her vision blurring. The puppet lay before her, lifeless and still, but something had changed. Felt different, alive even though it didn't move. The puppet maker stepped away, his eyes never leaving her. "Go ahead, make your art. Bring it to life." But as Evelyn looked at the puppet, she realized the truth too late. The price she had paid was more than she could have ever imagined. In the days that followed, Evelyn worked tirelessly on her masterpiece, her mind consumed with the puppet. She painted, sculpted, and stitched, breathing life into it with every stroke of her brush, every flick of her needle. But as the puppet took shape, so too did its power over her. It began to move on its own, shifting positions when she wasn't looking, its eyes following her every move. She would find it standing in a different place each time she returned to the studio, its head turned slightly as if watching her, waiting. One night, after hours of work, Evelyn collapsed into her chair, exhausted. She closed her eyes for just a moment, but when she opened them again, the puppet was gone. Panic seized her. She searched the shop frantically, her heart pounding in her chest. And then, she heard it, soft footsteps behind her. She turned to find the puppet standing at the threshold of the studio, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. It was no longer just a creation. It was something more, something that had come to life at the cost of her own humanity. The puppet smiled. "Thank you, Evelyn," it whispered, its voice cold and cruel. "I am free now, and you are mine." Evelyn's scream echoed through the shop as the puppet stepped forward, its wooden limbs creaking as it moved. The puppet maker's laughter filled the room, and Evelyn realized with horror that she had made the greatest mistake of her life. Her masterpiece had come to life, but at what cost? It was no longer just a puppet. It was a predator, a creature that would consume her body and soul. And in the end, Evelyn became nothing more than another puppet in the puppet maker's collection, her strings pulled by the one she had unwittingly created. Story 28. The Tooth Collector. It was a cold, foggy evening when Miranda first heard of the Tooth Collector. She had just moved into the small village of Briarwood, nestled deep within the hills. The town was quiet, its cobblestone streets lined with crooked houses, and the air always felt heavy with mystery. The villagers were friendly enough, though they seemed to carry an unspoken dread, especially when the topic of the Tooth Collector came up. Miranda had heard snippets of conversation in the market, in the tavern, and from the children in the streets. "Stay away from the woods," they said. "Don't let him find you." They spoke in hushed tones, as if even saying his name might draw his attention. At first, Miranda thought it was simply a local superstition, one of those eerie legends meant to keep the villagers in line. But as the days passed, the rumors became harder to ignore. The Tooth Collector was said to be a shadowy figure, a man or perhaps something worse, who wandered the forests at night. He didn't seek gold, nor jewels, but something far more personal: teeth. It was said that he collected the teeth of those who dared to venture into the woods alone, taking them as trophies, leaving behind only the hollowed-out faces of his victims. No one knew exactly who he was or why he collected teeth, but the stories were always the same. A chilling figure, with eyes like burning coals and a smile too wide to be human, would follow those who were careless enough to stray too far. One evening, just as the fog began to settle over Briarwood, Miranda received an unexpected visitor. An old woman, hunched and wearing tattered clothes, knocked on her door. Her eyes were sunken and weary, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Do you know about the Tooth Collector?" the woman asked, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Miranda nodded. "I've heard the rumors." The woman's gaze grew intense, her bony hands gripping the doorframe. "They're not just stories. I lost my daughter to him. She went into the woods one night, and she never came back. All I found was her locket, with a single tooth inside." Miranda felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine. The woman's eyes were wild with grief, her body shaking. "You must listen," the woman pleaded. "If you don't, you'll end up like her. The Tooth Collector takes more than just teeth. He takes the very essence of a person, and once he has them, they're never the same. They become hollow, like puppets, without will or memory." Before Miranda could respond, the old woman turned and vanished into the fog, leaving behind only the smell of decay in the air. A single, sharp tooth, white and gleaming, lay at Miranda's feet. That night, Miranda could not sleep. The words of the old woman echoed in her mind, and her fear grew. What was the Tooth Collector really after? And why had the woman left the tooth for her? The next day, Miranda couldn't shake the unease gnawing at her. Her curiosity got the better of her, and despite the warnings, she decided to explore the woods. The villagers had always spoken of the strange happenings near the ancient oak tree at the heart of the forest. The old tales claimed that the tree marked the boundary of the Tooth Collector's territory, a place where the woods became twisted, and the air grew thick with an unnatural fog. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Miranda couldn't help but feel watched. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches twisting in ways that didn't seem natural. Her footsteps were muffled by the thick layer of moss beneath her feet, but every so often, she would hear something, a rustle in the leaves, a soft scrape of something against bark. She glanced nervously over her shoulder, but saw nothing. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and Miranda's breath came out in visible puffs. She found herself standing in front of the ancient oak. Its gnarled roots stretched out like the fingers of some monstrous hand, and its trunk was scarred with strange symbols. She took a hesitant step forward, feeling the weight of the stories that had plagued the village for generations. That's when she heard it, a faint clicking sound, like teeth gnashing together. It was coming from the darkness beyond the oak tree, a place where the fog seemed to swallow the light. Miranda froze, her blood turning to ice as the sound grew louder, closer. And then, through the fog, a figure appeared. A tall, gaunt man, his face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His eyes glowed faintly, red like the embers of a dying fire, and in his hand he carried a sack, bulging with something that clinked unnaturally. Miranda tried to turn and run, but her legs felt like lead, her heart pounding in her chest. The man's voice broke through the fog, cold and thin like the wind. "Are you lost, dear?" he asked, his smile stretching impossibly wide. "I do hope you've come to offer me something valuable." Miranda's breath caught in her throat as the man stepped closer, the sack swinging at his side with a sickening jangle. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her, the suffocating presence of something ancient and hungry. What do you want?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, the sound echoing in the hollow woods. "I want what is mine. And you, my dear, have something I need." Before Miranda could react, the man reached out and grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her closer. The sack fell open, revealing rows of teeth, perfectly white, gleaming in the dim light. Some were human, others animal, but all were unnervingly still, like silent witnesses to unspeakable acts. "You see," the tooth collector continued, his voice soft but menacing, "I collect teeth because they hold the essence of a person. Each tooth is a memory, a moment in time, a fragment of the soul. When I have enough, well, I can weave them together, create something far greater than mere human flesh." Miranda struggled, but his grip was unyielding. "Please," she begged, "don't take mine. I don't have anything to give." The tooth collector tilted his head, as if considering her words. "Oh, I think you do," he said with a grin. "You have a very special tooth, Miranda, and it's time I took it." Before she could scream, the man opened his mouth, revealing rows of jagged, sharpened teeth, like a predator about to feast. Miranda's heart raced as she realized the truth. He was not just a collector. He was a creature, ancient and monstrous, feeding off the very essence of those he hunted. The next morning, Miranda's body was found at the edge of the forest. The villagers gathered around, murmuring in fear and disbelief. Her face was empty, hollowed out, and her eyes were wide with terror. There was no sign of struggle, no marks on her skin. It was as if she had simply been drained of all life, all memory. But what the villagers didn't know was that Miranda's soul had not been lost. It had been taken, just like the others, woven into the teeth that filled the sack of the tooth collector. And with each new victim, he grew stronger, his collection of souls and teeth growing ever larger, ready to continue his endless hunt. Story 29. The Silent Blacksmith. The village of Kettlebrook was small, nestled in the valley between two jagged hills. It was a quiet place where the sounds of nature, the rustling of trees, the chirping of birds, and the distant babbling of the river, filled the air. The people of Kettlebrook lived simple lives, farming the land, tending to animals, and keeping to themselves. But there was one place that never seemed quite right: the old smithy at the edge of town. It had stood for as long as anyone could remember, a weathered building with a heavy iron door and a chimney that puffed black smoke into the sky. There was no sign above the door, only a faded carving of a hammer and anvil worn by time and neglect. The blacksmith who worked there was a man of few words. No one knew his name, for he never spoke, never interacted with the villagers beyond the work he did for them. He was known simply as the silent blacksmith. The villagers would often speak of him in hushed tones. They said he was the finest craftsman to ever touch iron. His blades sharp as a razor's edge, his horseshoes perfectly balanced, his tools flawless. But there was something strange about his work, something unsettling. The blades gleamed with an unnatural luster, and the metal seemed to hum, almost alive, when touched. No one had seen the silent blacksmith's face. He was always hidden behind the thick curtains of smoke and steam in his forge, working tirelessly, his hammer striking the anvil with rhythmic precision. Those who ordered goods from him often left with a sense of unease, like they had witnessed something forbidden. One winter's evening, a young man named Thomas, new to the village, approached the smithy. He had heard the tales, but he needed a new sword. His old one had become dull and was no longer reliable. He was a wanderer, passing through the village on his way to distant lands, and he had little money, but his need was great. As he knocked on the door, a chill wind swept through the valley. The door creaked open, and there stood the blacksmith, a hulking figure cloaked in a long apron, his face hidden by a thick beard and shadow. He gestured for Thomas to enter. Inside, the forge was warm, the glow of the fire casting flickering shadows on the walls. The room was filled with the scent of hot metal and burning wood, the air thick with the sounds of clanging hammers and crackling flames. On a wooden table lay several swords, all gleaming in the dim light. But Thomas noticed something odd about the blades. Each one seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if the metal itself was alive. The silent blacksmith motioned for Thomas to examine the swords. Thomas picked up one of them, and immediately, he felt a strange pulse beneath his fingers, as though the blade were alive. He dropped it quickly, heart racing. "Is there something wrong with it?" Thomas asked, his voice shaky. The blacksmith stood in silence, watching him closely. Then, with a grunt, he pointed to a blade that rested on the far side of the table. It was longer than the others, its steel gleaming with an unnatural brightness, its edges honed to perfection. The handle was carved with intricate symbols, strange and unfamiliar, and the sword felt impossibly light in Thomas's hands. It was the most beautiful weapon Thomas had ever seen. "How much for this one?" Thomas asked, his voice almost a whisper, mesmerized by the blade's beauty. The blacksmith stepped closer, his heavy boots creaking on the wooden floor. With a slow and deliberate motion, he held out a thick leather pouch. Inside were several pieces of gold, more than enough to pay for the sword. The blacksmith took the pouch but did not speak. He nodded slowly, as if sealing a bargain that had no need for words. Thomas felt a growing unease, but his need for the sword overcame his caution. The blacksmith motioned for him to leave, but as he turned to exit, the blacksmith reached out and touched his arm. The contact was cold, unnaturally so, sending a shiver up Thomas's spine. Before Thomas could ask, the blacksmith simply pointed to the door. That night, as Thomas lay in his bed, the sword resting beside him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He had been offered a sword too perfect, too flawless. The metal seemed to glow in the moonlight, and when he touched it, his fingers tingled with an odd energy. The next morning, Thomas decided to leave the village early, continuing his journey. But as he gathered his things, he found himself unable to part with the sword. Felt necessary, as if it had become a part of him. Something deeper inside him called to the blade, urging him to keep it close. Days passed, and as he traveled through forests and over mountains, Thomas found that the sword was no ordinary weapon. It seemed to have a mind of its own, guiding his hand, striking with deadly precision. He won every duel, defeated every foe, and soon became renowned as a master swordsman. Yet, the more he used the sword, the more detached he became from his own emotions. His victories felt hollow, the joy of battle fading into a cold emptiness. One night, after a particularly brutal fight, Thomas stood in front of a campfire, staring into the flames. The sword gleamed beside him, its edges glowing faintly. He picked it up and felt the same strange energy surge through him, and suddenly he understood. The sword had taken something from him, something vital. His emotions, his humanity, had been drained by the blade, and in return, it had given him unparalleled skill and power. But with each use, he felt himself slipping further away from the man he had been. Haunted by what he had become, Thomas returned to Kettlebrook, hoping that the silent blacksmith could help him undo the curse. He entered the smithy, but this time the forge was silent. There were no hammers, no sounds of clanging metal, only the steady hiss of the fire. The blacksmith stood at the anvil, his back turned. When he turned around, Thomas saw that the man's eyes were hollow. His face twisted in an unnatural grin. The blacksmith had no voice, but his eyes spoke volumes. With emotion, he pointed to the sword in Thomas's hands. "You knew the price when you took it," the blacksmith's silent eyes seemed to say. Thomas fell to his knees, his hands trembling. "Please help me," he begged. Though he knew it was too late, the blacksmith stepped forward and placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder. He did not need to speak. In the blacksmith's gaze, Thomas understood the truth. There was no turning back. The sword had claimed him, body and soul. As Thomas's vision faded, he felt the weight of the sword's power sink deeper into his bones, and the last thing he heard was the ringing of a hammer on anvil, echoing in the silence. Years passed, and the village of Kettlebrook remained as quiet as ever. But occasionally, when the fog rolled in thick over the valley, the villagers would hear the faint sound of a hammer striking an anvil in the dead of night. They never saw the silent blacksmith again, but the forge continued to burn, and strange, perfect blades began to appear in the village. Each one glowed with an eerie light, and each one seemed to claim the soul of its wielder. The silent blacksmith's craft continued, feeding on those who sought power, perfection, and a weapon beyond their control. And in the shadows of the smithy, the blacksmith waited for the next soul to claim. Story 30. The Wandering Beggar. It was a cold autumn evening when the wandering beggar first appeared in the town of Ashford. No one knew where he came from or why he had chosen their small, isolated village. He was a man of few words, his tattered cloak pulled tightly around his shoulders, hiding most of his face. His hands, gnarled and calloused, clutched a small wooden bowl that he held out to passers-by with a weary, expectant gaze. At first, the villagers ignored him. They were accustomed to the occasional traveler, the beggars who came and went. But there was something different about this man. He moved slowly through the town, never approaching anyone directly but always appearing at the edge of their vision, as if he was waiting for someone to notice him. By the end of the week, whispers began to spread. The beggar had been seen at the well, at the marketplace, even by the old churchyard. Each time he was alone, and yet there was something unsettling about him, something that made people uneasy. He would stand in silence, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, as if watching, waiting for something. One by one, the villagers began to approach him, offering coins, food, or simple gestures of kindness. Yet, when they did, the beggar would make no reply, only taking what was offered with a slow, deliberate motion. It was almost as if he had been waiting for them to give. One evening, a young woman named Eliza, known for her kindness and generous spirit, saw the beggar sitting near the market square. She had heard the rumors about him, the strange way he appeared, the unsettling silence, and yet her heart went out to him. She walked over, placing a loaf of bread in his bowl. The beggar looked up at her, his dark eyes gleaming in the dim light. For a moment, Eliza felt an odd chill, but she smiled kindly and turned to leave. As she walked away, she heard the beggar's voice for the first time, soft and raspy, like the wind rustling through dead leaves. "You are kind, child," he said, his words slow but purposeful. "Tell me, what is it that you desire most in the world?" Eliza stopped, her hand on her chest, startled by the suddenness of the question. She had not expected him to speak. Hesitantly, she turned to face him. I want peace," she said softly, "and happiness for my family. I want things to be better than they are." The beggar nodded slowly, his lips curling into something that could almost be mistaken for a smile. "Very well," he said. "Your wish is granted." Eliza didn't think much of it at the time. She assumed it was just the rambling of an old man who lived a lonely, bitter life. But the next day, things began to change. Her family's farm, once struggling with poor harvests and failing crops, seemed to flourish overnight. The animals were healthy, and the fields were abundant with crops. Eliza's mother, who had been ill for months, woke up feeling stronger than ever, and her father's once crumbling business began to thrive. At first, Eliza thought it was a miracle, but soon, she noticed something else. The village, once lively and full of laughter, grew eerily quiet. People began to change in subtle ways. They became more distant, more obsessed with their own desires, as if a strange darkness had fallen over the town. As the weeks passed, Eliza's life seemed to improve. Yet, with each passing day, she felt an increasing sense of unease. Her once close-knit family began to drift apart, each consumed by their own desires, their own personal ambitions. Her brother, once content with helping her on the farm, became obsessed with wealth, hoarding money and turning away from his loved ones. Her mother, cured of her illness, grew withdrawn, fixated on trivial things, no longer present in the moments that mattered most. The worst change came with Eliza herself. Despite the abundance around her, she felt hollow inside, as though something was missing. The peace she had longed for seemed out of reach, and she became fixated on her own wishes. More success, more happiness, more fulfillment. But no matter how much she achieved, she could never satisfy the longing inside her. One night, when the weight of her despair became unbearable, Eliza went in search of the beggar. She found him once again sitting in the market square, his bowl resting at his feet. His eyes gleamed in the darkness as she approached. "What have you done to us?" she demanded, her voice trembling with anger and fear. "You gave me what I wanted, but it has all been wrong. My family is falling apart, and I feel empty. You took something from us, didn't you?" The beggar looked up at her with a strange, knowing gaze, his smile unchanging. "You wished for peace, child," he said slowly. "But peace is not something that can be given. It must be earned. And for peace, something must always be taken." "What did you take?" Eliza cried. "What price did we pay?" The beggar's smile widened, but his eyes grew cold. "I took your souls," he said softly. "I granted your wish, but the world cannot remain balanced when desires are unchecked. You wanted peace, but what you did not understand was that you were not meant to have it without sacrifice. Now, you and your family will never find true happiness, for you have lost what matters most." Eliza's heart sank as the realization struck her. The peace she had longed for had come at the cost of everything else. The beggar had given her what she desired, but in doing so, he had taken what she had never thought to offer: her soul, her spirit, and the connection to those she loved. The next morning, Eliza woke to find the village unchanged. The crops still flourished, the wealth was still abundant, but the people were now hollow shadows of their former selves. They moved about their daily tasks, but there was no joy, no laughter, no connection. Only a strange emptiness hung in the air. The beggar had vanished, leaving behind only whispers and rumors of his visit. No one saw him again, but they all knew that his presence had left an indelible mark on the village. The wish had been granted, but at a terrible cost. And so, the village of Ashford became a place where desires could be fulfilled, but only for a price. People came seeking wishes, but they left with their hearts heavier than before, their souls forever scarred by the bargain they had made. The beggar, the wandering soul who granted wishes, continued his eternal journey, leaving behind a trail of hollow souls wherever he went. Story 31. The Vanishing Village. It was a bitter cold morning when Olivia, a young journalist, arrived in the sleepy village of Blackwood. She had heard rumors of strange occurrences in the area, whispered warnings from travelers who had passed through but never stayed. Intrigued by the mystery and eager to write her next big story, she made her way to the village to investigate. Blackwood was a quiet, picturesque village tucked between two dark forests. The cobbled streets were lined with quaint houses, and the air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and pine. At first glance, it seemed like a place untouched by time, peaceful and serene. But there was something off about it. The streets were empty, and the windows of the houses were closed tight, even though it was still early in the day. Olivia knocked on the door of the first house she came to. An elderly woman opened the door, her face pale and thin, her eyes deep-set with exhaustion. "Hello, I'm Olivia. I'm a journalist, and I was hoping to learn more about Blackwood," she said with a smile, trying to sound friendly. "Is there someone I can speak to?" The woman hesitated for a moment, looking Olivia up and down as though unsure whether to let her in. Finally, she sighed and stepped aside, motioning for Olivia to come in. "People don't come here often," the woman said in a quiet voice, "and those who do leave eventually." Olivia frowned, sensing the unease in the woman's tone. "Leave? Why?" The woman's eyes darted to the windows, as if she feared someone might be listening. "No one stays. Not for long. You'd be better off leaving, too." Before Olivia could ask more, the woman's hand suddenly shot out, gripping her wrist tightly. "Beware of the fog," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It comes every night, and when it does, the village vanishes." The warning stuck with Olivia as she spent the day wandering the village, trying to talk to other residents. She found a few people, an old man sitting on a bench, a young woman tending to flowers, but they all seemed distracted, distant, and oddly unwilling to speak about the village's past or its peculiarities. When she mentioned the fog, their faces would pale, and they would quickly change the subject. As the evening drew near, Olivia began to feel an overwhelming sense of unease. The village, which had seemed so quiet and still during the day, now felt oppressive, like a place where time itself was suspended. The sky had darkened earlier than usual, and a thick fog began to roll in from the forest, swallowing the streets in a dense gray mist. It was unlike any fog she had seen before, heavy, thick, and nearly suffocating. Despite the warnings, Olivia decided to stay the night. She found an inn on the outskirts of the village, its windows dark and empty. The innkeeper, a woman with a hollow gaze, handed her the keys without a word, and Olivia made her way upstairs, feeling the weight of the village's strange atmosphere press on her chest. The fog had grown even denser by the time Olivia settled into her room, and she could barely make out the faint outline of the village streets outside. She tried to focus on her notes, but the silence in the inn was almost unbearable. It was as though the village had been cut off from the world, locked in its own eerie bubble. Around midnight, she heard it, footsteps echoing down the hall outside her door, soft, deliberate, as though someone was walking through the inn at an unhurried pace. She opened the door to find the hallway empty, the fog creeping under the door and into the inn, swirling in unnatural patterns. Suddenly, a loud crash came from downstairs, followed by muffled voices, shouting, crying. Olivia ran to the stairwell and froze at the top. The entire inn was shaking, the walls groaning as if they were about to collapse. The fog outside had crept inside, turning the entire building into a thick, swirling mist. Then, to her horror, she saw it. The village was disappearing, fading away, as though it were being swallowed by the fog itself. The houses, the streets, the people, all of them were vanishing one by one until only the inn remained. Olivia's heart raced as she grabbed her belongings and ran outside, but the world around her was unrecognizable. The familiar village had dissolved into a vast, empty wasteland. The fog closed in, thick and suffocating, and in the distance, she could see figures, shadowy, indistinct shapes, moving in and out of the mist. In the days that followed, Olivia wandered aimlessly through the fog, trying desperately to find her way out. She called for help, but no one responded. The fog seemed to stretch on forever, distorting her sense of time and space. She had no idea how much time had passed or how long she had been walking. Then, one day, she saw a figure, an old man, standing at the edge of the fog, watching her silently. He looked familiar, like someone she had seen in the village before. His eyes were filled with sorrow, and his face was etched with age and grief. "Who are you?" Olivia asked, approaching him cautiously. "I am the last of Blackwood," the old man said quietly. "I am the keeper of this village." "The keeper?" Olivia repeated, confused. "What happened to the others? Why is the village gone?" The old man sighed, his voice heavy with regret. "The village was never meant to be. It was a place cursed by its own creation. A long time ago we made a pact. One that would keep us safe, keep us hidden from the world. But the price of that safety was high. Every year the village must disappear, swallowed by the fog, so that we might be protected from the outside world. We vanish only to return, again and again, repeating the cycle." Olivia's heart sank. "But why me? Why did I come here?" The old man's gaze softened. "You were meant to find the truth. The village cannot last forever. One day, it will be lost completely, and no one will remember it. But you, Olivia, you will carry its story." Olivia felt a chill run down her spine. "What happens to me now?" "You will leave," the old man said gently. "But you will never forget what you have seen. The village will stay with you always." With those final words, the old man faded into the fog, leaving Olivia standing alone in the empty wasteland. The fog thickened, and she felt herself being pulled away, dragged back into the swirling mist. When Olivia finally emerged from the fog, she found herself standing at the edge of the village once more. It looked as though nothing had changed. The houses were still there, the streets still empty, the fog lifting slightly as the morning sun broke through the clouds. But Olivia knew better. She had left Blackwood behind, and it had vanished into the mist once more. She left the village, never to return, but the memories stayed with her. And as she traveled the world, she would hear the occasional mention of Blackwood, a village that didn't exist, a place that vanished into the fog, leaving nothing but a haunting story in its wake. And so, the village of Blackwood continued its eternal cycle, appearing and disappearing, carrying with it the whispers of those who had come and gone. And those who ventured too close would, one day, be lost to the fog, forgotten by time, just like the village itself. Story 32. The Inverted Village. Thomas had never been one to believe in supernatural tales or strange happenings, but something about the town of Lithmore caught his attention. It was a small, isolated village tucked away in the mountains, known only for its odd legends and peculiar history. But when an old friend invited him to visit, he couldn't resist the curiosity. He had heard the whispers, stories of a village where nothing was as it seemed, a place where reality itself seemed to be turned on its head. Upon his arrival, Thomas immediately felt something was off. Lithmore was a quaint village, the kind that could be found in any forgotten corner of the world. Narrow cobbled streets, old stone cottages with ivy creeping up the walls, and the constant hum of life that seemed to echo through the air. But there was an eerie stillness about it. The people were going about their daily business, yet their movements seemed deliberate, as though they were unaware of Thomas's presence, or simply indifferent to him. He made his way to the town square, where an old clock tower stood, its hands frozen at precisely 3 o'clock. The square was empty, save for one old man sitting on a bench. Thomas approached him. "Excuse me," he began. "Could you tell me where I can find my friend? His name is Daniel. He lives here in Lithmore." The old man turned to him slowly, his face expressionless. "Daniel, you say?" he muttered. "He's just over there." The man pointed to the far end of the square, but when Thomas turned to look, he saw nothing but an empty road leading up to the base of the mountains. Confused, Thomas thanked the man and began to walk in the direction he had pointed. But the path seemed to stretch endlessly, the houses growing fewer and farther apart until they were nothing more than abandoned structures. Thomas grew increasingly disoriented. He turned back toward the village, but the streets looked unfamiliar. Nothing was where it should have been. The buildings, which had once seemed quaint, now appeared distorted, leaning in strange angles, their windows reflecting an inverted world. It was as though gravity had lost its grip on the village, leaving everything slightly out of place. The rooftops were unnaturally slanted. The chimneys turned downward like broken spires. The cobblestones beneath his feet felt soft, as though they were floating above the ground instead of supporting it. The atmosphere was thick with an unexplainable heaviness. The air seemed to shimmer, vibrating ever so slightly, as though the fabric of the world had been stretched too thin. As Thomas walked deeper into the village, he could feel it. Something was changing. The very nature of reality itself was shifting, like the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid. The people he passed paid him no attention, moving about their business as though nothing were unusual. The old man from the square had disappeared, and in his place, Thomas saw a woman standing outside a shop, her face obscured by a veil. She watched him with a strange, knowing gaze as he walked by, her eyes unsettlingly bright. He decided to seek out Daniel once more, but the village had grown labyrinthine. Every corner he turned led him to another twisted version of the same street. The buildings loomed over him, their windows reflecting a sky that was not the one above. The clouds, too, seemed wrong, stretched out in strange patterns, as though they didn't belong to this world at all. When he reached the center of the village again, he saw it, something that sent a chill down his spine. The clock tower's hands had begun to move, but they didn't tick forward. They were moving backward, rewinding time. The minute hand swept past the hour and back again, while the second hand spun in erratic circles, as if trying to undo the passage of time. Thomas's heart raced as he began to realize that the village was not just strange. It was alive, and it was shifting around him. He could feel its pull, an invisible force that tugged at his mind, threatening to swallow him whole. He had to find Daniel. He had to understand what was happening. Eventually, he found the place where he thought Daniel's house should be. But when he knocked, the door opened to reveal only an empty room. The walls were bare, the furniture upturned, as though a great disturbance had swept through the house. In the center of the room, a large mirror stood, reflecting nothing but the opposite of what was before it. Thomas stepped closer, peering into the glass. The reflection in the mirror wasn't of the room he stood in, it was the village square, but everything was reversed. The people moved backward, their actions rewound as though time itself had been flipped inside out. He watched in horror as the figures in the mirror began to distort, their bodies twisting and stretching in unnatural ways. The woman with the veil appeared again, this time with a smile that was both kind and sinister. "The village is in a state of imbalance," a voice whispered in his ear, though no one was there. "It was never meant to be. It was created from a broken dream, a distorted wish. And now it must return to the void." Thomas stumbled back, his mind reeling. The words echoed in his mind, a riddle he couldn't solve. But then, a realization struck him. The village, Lithmore, was not a real place. It was a place born of twisted desires, a place where the laws of nature were bent and turned upside down. Everything about it was inverted: reality, time, even the people. It was as if the entire town was suspended in a state of perpetual distortion, never fully existing in either the real world or the dream world. And Daniel, his old friend, the one who had invited him, wasn't really there at all. Daniel was a part of the illusion, a fragment of a broken mind, a piece of the village itself. In a desperate bid to escape the village's clutches, Thomas ran through the streets, but every corner he turned led him back to the center, the village square, the clock tower. It felt as though the town was pulling him deeper into its grip, tightening its hold on his very soul. Finally, he realized what he had to do. He couldn't leave Lithmore without undoing the imbalance that kept it trapped in its inverted state. He needed to break the cycle to set things right. The key to this was the mirror, the one that reflected the distorted version of reality. With a surge of determination, he ran back to the house, to the mirror. He slammed his palm against the glass, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, with a violent shudder, the mirror cracked, and the reflection began to dissolve, like smoke in the wind. As the mirror shattered, the village groaned. The walls of Lithmore seemed to ripple, and the streets began to blur, as if the town itself was slowly unraveling. The sky above darkened, the clouds swirling like a storm. The inversion started to reverse, time flowing forward once more. But it was too late. Lithmore began to crumble, its buildings collapsing into nothingness. The villagers, their faces frozen in expressions of fear, vanished into the mist. And with one final shudder, the village ceased to exist at all, leaving only silence in its wake. When Thomas opened his eyes again, he was standing at the foot of the mountains, miles away from Lithmore. The sun was setting, casting an eerie orange glow across the landscape. He had no memory of how he had left the village, but he knew that he had somehow broken free. And yet, as he walked away from the mountains, the memories of Lithmore lingered in his mind. The twisted streets, the inverted world, and the people who had once called it home haunted him, like the shadows of a forgotten nightmare. He knew that Lithmore wasn't truly gone, that it had simply vanished into the folds of reality, waiting to reappear, to twist again, to pull in the next lost soul who wandered too close. Story 33. The Frozen Time. The train to Ravenshade was nearly empty when Arthur boarded. He had taken this trip before years ago when he was just a child. Now, as an adult, he was returning to the town he barely remembered, his birthplace. His parents had left when he was 6, never explaining why. He only recalled fragments. Quiet streets, hushed voices, a strange stillness in the air. But something had always pulled him back. When he received a letter from an unknown sender, marked only with the words "come home before time stops forever," he knew he had to return. As the train pulled into Ravenshade Station, Arthur felt an unnatural silence settle over him. He stepped onto the platform and looked around. Everything was exactly as he remembered. Exactly. The same shop signs, the same cracked pavement, even the same newspaper sitting on a bench. He picked it up. November 12th, 1956. That wasn't right. It was 2025. Confused, Arthur walked toward the town center. The air smelled of rain and cold iron. The people moved through the streets, but they moved too. Precisely. Every step, every gesture, repeated like a rehearsed performance. A man tipped his hat to a passing woman. A child laughed in the distance. A shopkeeper rearranged apples in a basket. Then, a few moments later, they did it all again. Arthur's stomach twisted. Nothing had changed. At the heart of Ravenshade stood the grand town clock, its face towering over the square. Arthur looked up at it and felt his breath catch. The hands were stuck. 3:15. Not moving, not ticking, frozen. A memory surfaced in his mind. Something his mother had once said before they left. Time is a fragile thing here, Arthur. One day it will break completely. A shiver crawled down his spine. He approached an old woman sitting on a bench, her wrinkled face barely moving as she knitted a scarf that never seemed to grow longer. "Excuse me," Arthur said. "What day is it?" She paused. Her eyes flickered with recognition, but she didn't answer. He turned to a nearby man. "Sir, what's today's date?" The man blinked slowly. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Then, as if on a delay, he finally answered. "November 12th, 1956. Arthur backed away. His heart pounded. It was impossible. His parents had taken him away from Ravenshade decades ago. Yet these people were still here. Still in the same day. Something was very, very wrong. Desperate for answers, Arthur made his way to the house where he had lived as a child. It sat at the very edge of town, near the woods, untouched by time like everything else. He pushed open the door, the hinges creaking just as they had in his memories. Dust lay undisturbed on the furniture. A grandfather clock stood in the corner, its pendulum motionless. As he stepped inside, voices whispered through the air. Faint, ghostly. "You shouldn't have come back." Arthur spun around. No one was there. Then he saw it. On the dining table sat an old pocket watch. It looked familiar, but something about it filled him with dread. He reached out and picked it up. The hands were spinning backward. Tick, tick, tick. A sharp pain shot through his skull, and suddenly, he remembered. The truth came rushing back, like a flood breaking through a dam. Ravenshade was never an ordinary town. It had once been the site of an experiment, an attempt to control time itself. The town's clock had been built with something unnatural, something not meant to exist in this world. The moment it struck 3:15 on November 12, 1956, time had shattered. Instead of moving forward, the town had been trapped in an endless loop, reliving the same day over and over. Those who had remained in Ravenshade were caught in its grasp, their minds dulled, their lives repeating without end. Arthur's parents had escaped with him before he could be trapped. But now that he had returned, he could feel it. Time was trying to claim him, too. The pocket watch in his hand trembled. He knew what he had to do. If he could restart the town clock, maybe, just maybe, he could break the cycle. Arthur ran to the town square. The people around him watched, their faces blank, their eyes hollow. He climbed up the clock tower's rusted ladder, the air growing colder with every step. When he reached the clock's mechanism, he saw the problem. The gears were coated in a thick, black substance, pulsating like a living thing. It was the corruption of time itself. With shaking hands, Arthur pulled the pocket watch from his coat. It was spinning faster now, the hands blurring together. He took a deep breath and pressed it against the frozen gears. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, crack, a blinding light exploded from the clock, sending waves of energy through the air. The bells of the tower rang out, their chimes echoing across the town. The ground trembled. The sky darkened, then split open with a golden glow. The people of Ravenshade stopped in their tracks. Their blank expressions twisted into ones of fear, confusion, and realization. And then, time began to move forward again. Arthur awoke on the ground. The town square was different now. The buildings showed signs of age, the air smelled fresh, and the sky was no longer locked in an eternal afternoon. The people looked around in wonder, blinking at the rising sun. They had been freed. Arthur stood up, his body aching. The pocket watch in his hand was cracked, its hands finally still. He looked up at the town clock. 3:16. 1 minute had passed. A single moment after decades frozen in time. He had done it. As he turned to leave, a familiar voice whispered through the wind. "Thank you, Arthur." He didn't know who had spoken. Maybe it was the town itself. Maybe it was the lost souls finally moving on. With one last look at Ravenshade, Arthur walked away. The town that had been frozen for nearly 70 years was alive once more. And time at last had begun again. Story 34. The Village of Ash. The road leading to Black Hollow was nearly invisible beneath the layers of fallen leaves and dust. Elias drove slowly, the tires of his old truck crunching on the gravel. The map told him he was close, but there was no sign of the village. No houses, no lights, just an endless stretch of skeletal trees, their branches reaching toward the sky like blackened fingers. His grandmother used to speak of this place in hushed whispers. Black Hollow was a cursed town, she would say, burned to nothing but ash. No one who goes there ever comes back. But Elias had to see for himself. He wasn't sure why, maybe curiosity, maybe something deeper. His mother had been born in Black Hollow. She never spoke of it, only that she had left when she was a child, and that she never wanted to return. The road curved, and then, a village. It appeared out of nowhere, rising from the mist like a mirage. Elias hit the brakes. The buildings were still standing, but they were wrong. Blackened rooftops sagged under the weight of time. The wooden fences were splintered and decayed. The streets were covered in a thin layer of ash, swirling in the cold wind like ghosts of the past. This place should have been abandoned. And yet, in the distance, he saw movement. Elias stepped out of his truck, his boots sinking into the soft, ashen earth. He walked cautiously toward the village center, heart pounding. The people looked normal. Men and women strolled through the streets, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, their faces calm and blank. Children laughed and played near a dried-up fountain, their hands scattering the ash into the air. It was impossible. Black Hollow had burned to the ground decades ago. His grandmother had told him there had been no survivors. And yet, here they were. A woman passed by, her long dress trailing through the dust. Elias hesitated before speaking. "Excuse me," he said. "What is this place?" The woman paused, tilting her head slightly, as if she didn't understand the question. Then she smiled. "You're home." Elias took a step back. "No, I don't live here." The woman's expression did not change. "Everyone comes home eventually." She turned and walked away, her figure disappearing into the mist. Elias's chest tightened. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. He turned to leave, and that's when he saw the first shadow. A figure stood at the edge of the village, barely visible through the swirling fog. Its body was blackened and cracked, its eyes hollow pits of ember. Smoke curled from its skin, drifting into the air like the last remnants of a dying fire. Elias froze. More figures emerged from the alleyways, from doorways, from behind broken fences. Their burned faces stared at him with silent recognition. They were the dead, the villagers who had perished in the fire, and they had never left. Panic surged through Elias as he stumbled backward. His breath came in short gasps. The laughter of the children had stopped. The people in the streets had stopped. The entire village stood still, watching. Then one of the Ashbourne spoke. "You don't belong here." Its voice was a whisper of smoke and cinders. Elias turned and ran. He sprinted back to his truck, but the road was gone. The trees had shifted, forming an unbroken wall of blackened trunks and tangled roots. The path he had driven in on had been erased. A scream echoed through the village, long, mournful, inhuman. Elias spun around. The town was burning. Flames erupted from the rooftops, swallowing the buildings in an instant. The people did not move, did not react, as the fire consumed them. Their faces remained calm, their eyes fixed on Elias. He could feel the heat licking at his skin, the smoke choking his lungs. This wasn't real, couldn't be real. And then, a vision. The fire, the original fire, the one that had destroyed Black Hollow. He saw it in flashes. The night sky painted red, flames devouring homes, the people screaming. But they weren't trying to escape. They were trapped, not by the fire, by something else. Something that did not want them to leave. Something that still didn't. His grandmother's voice echoed in his mind. "No one who goes there ever comes back." Elias understood now. The village had never truly burned. It had been consumed. By the fire. By the curse. And now it wanted him. A hand grabbed his wrist. He gasped and turned. An old woman. Her eyes were human. Not one of the Ashbourne. "You must leave before the fire takes you," she hissed. "It's already trying." Elias could feel it. The heat creeping up his arms, crawling beneath his skin. The village was pulling him in, trying to claim him as one of its own. "How do I get out?" he choked. She pressed something into his palm. "A locket." "Your mother's," she whispered. "She left. You can too." But only once. The flames roared around him. The villagers stepped closer, their burned faces unreadable. Elias clutched the locket. And then, everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was in his truck. The sun was rising, golden light spilling over the empty road. The village was gone. No burned buildings. No people. No ash. Just silence. Elias's hands trembled as he looked down at his palm. The locket was still there, warm to the touch. He opened it. Inside was a picture of his mother as a child, standing in front of the fountain in Black Hollow. She had been there. She had escaped. And now so had he. But as he turned the key in the ignition and drove away, he felt it. A whisper in the wind. A voice crackling like fire. Not everyone escapes twice. He didn't look back. And he never returned. Story 35. The Disappearing Map. Daniel Carter had spent his life chasing rare artifacts, but nothing intrigued him more than old maps, especially ones that defied explanation. When he found the map in a dusty antique shop on the outskirts of London, he knew instantly that it was different. The parchment was ancient, the ink faded but still legible. The edges were frayed as if burned, and the writing was in a language he had never seen. But what truly disturbed him was the landmass it depicted. It didn't match any known geography. There were mountains where no mountains should be, oceans where land existed, cities with names that had never been recorded in any history book. At the bottom of the map, a single phrase was written in English in a hand far newer than the rest. "Follow it before it disappears." Daniel's fingers tingled as he traced the route marked in red ink, winding through unfamiliar landscapes. Something about the map called to him. He had to follow it. Using modern GPS, Daniel tried to match the map's locations to real-world coordinates. Strangely, a few places almost aligned with existing locations, but others led to completely empty land. Places where no towns or structures had ever been recorded. He started his journey in France, where the first marked location lay deep in the countryside. He arrived at an abandoned village, one that wasn't on any map. The houses were intact but empty, their windows dark. As he walked through the town square, he noticed something disturbing. A signpost stood at the center. It should have been weathered beyond recognition, but it was freshly painted, as if someone had been here, as if someone still was. Then he heard the whisper, "You're running out of time." Daniel spun around, heart hammering. No one was there, and when he looked down at the map, his blood ran cold. The village was gone. Everywhere he went, the pattern was the same. A location on the map led to a real place, but each time he arrived, it was abandoned, forgotten, and decayed. And then, after he left, the place vanished from the map entirely, as if it had never existed. He tested it. He returned to the French village the next day. It was gone. Not abandoned. Not in ruins. Gone. Where houses had once stood, there was only a field of unbroken grass. No roads. No signposts. No proof that anything had ever been there. His heart pounded. The map wasn't just old. It was alive. Daniel followed the red line to its final destination, a remote island off the coast of Scotland. According to the map, it was called Cairnmore, but no modern map showed any island there. He chartered a boat. The captain hesitated but agreed, muttering about old legends and places that ought to be left alone. When they reached the coordinates, Daniel expected nothing but open ocean. Instead, an island loomed before him. Jagged cliffs rose from the mist, crowned by the ruins of an ancient city. Black stone towers stretched toward the sky, their surfaces covered in unreadable symbols. A strange humming sound vibrated through the air. It was real. It was here, for now. As Daniel stepped onto the shore, the air grew heavy. The map trembled in his hands. The red ink that had guided him here was fading. In the heart of the ruins, Daniel found what he hadn't even realized he was searching for. A stone pedestal. Upon it lay another map. Not of the world as he knew it, but of the world as it once had been. He realized, with growing horror, what the disappearing map truly was. It was a record of forgotten places, lands, towns, civilizations that had been erased from history. Not by war, not by disaster, but by something else. Something that devoured reality itself. And now it was his turn. The ground trembled beneath his feet. The island was vanishing. The ruins crumbled into mist. The ocean surged forward, erasing the land like ink spilling across a page. Daniel grabbed the new map from the pedestal. And then, darkness. When he opened his eyes, he was lying in a field. His boat was gone. The island was gone. The world around him was normal. The waves lapped calmly against the shore, as if nothing had happened. As if the island had never existed. He looked down. The first map, the one that had led him here, was blank. The second map, the one from the pedestal, was still intact. And at the bottom, a new phrase had appeared. "Remember us." Daniel now held the only evidence that these places had ever existed. The last map of a disappearing world. And somewhere deep inside he knew he was the next to disappear. Story 36. The Harvest Sacrifice. Amelia had never believed in the superstitions her grandmother spoke of. She had heard the stories about the small village of Ellensbury, a place that, according to the old tales, performed strange rituals when the harvest came in. Amelia always assumed they were just that. Stories to frighten children, nothing more. But when she received an invitation to the village's harvest festival, she was intrigued. The letter, sealed with red wax, was simple yet compelling. "We would be honored by your presence at our harvest celebration. Please come and experience the bounty of Ellensbury. Join us for an unforgettable evening of tradition." Her curiosity piqued, Amelia decided to visit. She hadn't seen her childhood friend, Rose, in years, and the village was only a few hours away. What harm could there be in attending a quaint little festival? When Amelia arrived in Ellensbury, she was immediately struck by the beauty of the place. Rolling fields of golden wheat stretched into the horizon, the air fragrant with the smell of fresh produce. The houses were old but well kept, with ivy climbing the walls. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. Rose greeted her warmly at the village square. "I'm so glad you could make it," she said, her eyes shining with excitement. She led Amelia through the streets, and everywhere they went, the villagers waved and smiled, their faces filled with a strange kind of anticipation. Amelia noticed that no one spoke much about the harvest itself. They seemed more focused on preparing for the evening's event. There was a palpable tension in the air, but it wasn't until she was standing in the village hall, watching the decorations being set up, that she felt something truly unsettling. A banner hung above the stage, reading, "The Harvest Sacrifice. A gift to the earth." "What's the harvest sacrifice?" Amelia asked, not sure whether to be amused or disturbed. Rose's smile faltered, just for a second. "It's tradition. It's just part of the festival, you'll see." But her voice was shaky. Amelia could tell there was something she wasn't saying. That evening, the village gathered in the square for the ceremony. The harvest was brought forward, baskets overflowing with fruits and vegetables, piles of grain, and freshly picked flowers. The villagers stood in a circle, murmuring softly, as if preparing for something momentous. Then, the mayor, an older man with a long white beard, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Tonight, we offer the harvest to the earth. Our tradition, handed down for generations, must be upheld." Amelia was confused. Offer the harvest? To whom? The mayor then turned to a stone pedestal at the center of the circle, where a large carved bowl sat. Inside was a small bundle, wrapped in cloth. "Tonight," he said solemnly, "we make our sacrifice. To ensure the land remains fertile and the crops continue to thrive." A hush fell over the crowd. Rose grabbed Amelia's arm, her fingers tight around her skin. "This is the part we don't talk about," she whispered. "Don't say anything. Just watch." Amelia nodded, trying to hide the unease growing in her chest. The villagers began chanting softly, and as they did, the cloth on the pedestal was lifted. Inside, lying still and unmoving, was a small child, no older than 5 or 6. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Amelia's heart skipped a beat. The child was unconscious, but there was no sign of harm, no blood. Yet there was something so unnatural about the scene, something so wrong, that Amelia's blood ran cold. The mayor stepped forward and raised a ceremonial knife, its blade shining in the dim light. The chanting grew louder. "No," Amelia whispered. "What are they doing?" But Rose did not respond. Instead, she stared forward, her eyes distant. The mayor raised the knife high, ready to perform the unthinkable. "Stop!" Amelia shouted, rushing forward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But before she could reach the child, Rose caught her arm, holding her back with surprising strength. "You don't understand," she said, her voice trembling. "This is the only way." Amelia pulled away, frantic. "The only way for what? What is this?" Rose's face twisted in grief. "It's the only way to ensure the harvest. The only way to make the land fertile. The sacrifice must be made, or the crops will fail. The earth demands its due." The villagers watched in silence as the mayor lowered the knife. Amelia stood frozen, her heart racing in her chest. "This is madness," she whispered, but Rose's eyes were filled with desperation. "If we don't do this, everything will die. The crops, the village, the people." The mayor brought the knife down, but as the blade met the air, a flash of light filled the square. A loud crack echoed through the night. The ground shook violently, and the entire village seemed to tremble. The child stirred. The villagers gasped, stepping back in fear. The earth had spoken. From the earth itself, vines erupted, twisting around the child, binding the mayor's hand, pulling the knife from his grip. The vines grew rapidly, engulfing the child's body. The child began to rise, as if suspended by the force of the earth, and then it vanished. The villagers dropped to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, chanting words Amelia couldn't understand. "The sacrifice has been made," the mayor whispered, his voice hoarse. "The earth has accepted it." Amelia stared in disbelief as the villagers slowly stood and returned to their homes, as if nothing had happened. The child was gone, but the crops would now grow. The village was saved for another year. But Amelia knew the truth now. She understood what they had done, what they continued to do each year. Rose approached her, her face hollow. "The sacrifice is not just for the crops, Amelia. It's for the survival of the village. Without it, we would all starve. This is our way of living with the land, keeping it in balance. The child is a symbol of our tribute. But the earth requires the life to maintain its bounty." Amelia felt sick to her stomach. She had seen the truth. She had witnessed the sacrifice. But there was no turning back. "Will you stay?" Rose asked softly. "You are part of this now." Amelia looked at the village. The fields were already beginning to look fuller, the crops sprouting once again, as if the earth itself had healed. She knew that the price of their survival had been paid. But at what cost? And as the moon rose high above Ellensbury, she realized the village would never be free of the harvest sacrifice. Every year, another child would be chosen, and the cycle would begin again. Story 37. The Midnight Sermon. It was the dead of night when the preacher arrived. The small town of Hollowbrook, nestled deep in the woods, had never seen anything quite like him. Tall, thin, and dressed in a dark, weathered coat, the stranger appeared just as the town's clock struck midnight. Clocks in Hollowbrook had never been reliable. Most of the town's inhabitants knew that, but this time it was different. The clock tower rang the hour in unison with the first gust of wind, and when it did, the stranger walked through the town gates without a word. The people were still awake, having gathered for the festival of the harvest. It was an annual event, one that brought the villagers together, though this year there was a strange unease in the air, as though the festival was merely a distraction from something darker lurking nearby. And then, just as the wind began to howl through the trees, the stranger stood before the old church. His voice was low and steady as he called out to those nearby. "I am here for the sermon," he said, "and I shall speak to those who still seek truth in the darkness." It didn't take long for the people of Hollowbrook to be drawn into the church by the stranger's eerie invitation. One by one, they entered, drawn by an unseen force, as if the midnight hour itself had called them. Amelia, the young barmaid, was one of the first. She had heard rumors of strange happenings in the neighboring villages, whispers of bizarre midnight gatherings and mysterious preachers who spoke in riddles. But she dismissed them as stories, tales meant to frighten children. Yet now, as she stepped through the creaking doors of the church, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of old incense and candles that flickered without a breeze. The stranger stood at the pulpit, his back to them. When he turned to face the crowd, his eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. "Tonight, the earth will speak," he said, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made the hairs on the back of Amelia's neck stand up. "The midnight hour is when the truth is revealed, when the past and future merge, and the souls who walk in shadow are brought into the light." There was a pause, a chilling silence that seemed to stretch on for far too long. The candles flickered again, and the people in the pews shifted uneasily. Some were already looking at the exits, considering whether to leave. But their feet were glued to the floor, their eyes unwilling to look away. The preacher raised his hand, and in a voice that boomed with unnatural force, he continued, "The harvest is not just a time for gathering crops. It is a time for cleansing. Tonight, you will all witness the true meaning of this ritual. The time of judgment has come. Amelia's heart began to race. She was no longer sure if this was a sermon or something far darker. The preacher's words echoed in the cavernous space, reverberating off the stained glass windows. There was an ominous feeling in the air, as if the church itself was listening. The candles flickered violently, and the wind outside howled in response to the preacher's words. "Tonight, you will choose," the preacher continued, his voice now a whisper. "Choose who will stay. Choose who will go." Amelia's breath caught in her throat. What was he saying? Who would stay? Who would go? And then, something happened. The ground beneath them trembled. Not violently, but enough to make the wooden pews groan in protest. The air became thick and charged with energy, and the once flickering candles now blazed brightly, illuminating the entire church in an eerie, unnatural glow. Amelia turned to look at the others. Most were still transfixed, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. But one woman, an older lady named Mrs. Hawthorne, began to whisper frantically, trying to rise from her seat. "I knew it! I knew it!" she cried, her voice breaking. "This is how it always happens. We've been chosen. We've been marked." The preacher's voice rose again, louder now, as if reaching into the very bones of the church. "It is time to choose, Hollowbrook. Choose who will stand in the light and who will walk in shadow. The harvest demands it." Suddenly, the church doors slammed shut, locking with a force that sent a shockwave through the room. The people began to panic, struggling to open the doors, but it was no use. They were trapped. Amelia turned back to the preacher. His face had changed. His eyes now glowed a bright, unnatural red, and his smile was twisted with a hint of something malevolent. "You must choose now," he said, his voice now a low growl. "The harvest must be completed. The ritual demands it." The room was spinning. Amelia's mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The preacher was no ordinary man. He was something darker, something ancient. And the ritual he spoke of, whatever it was not just a ceremony. It was a pact that would demand a sacrifice. She glanced around the room. Some of the villagers were crying, others were pleading with the preacher, but their voices were drowned out by the rising hum of the church. And then, something impossible happened. The walls of the church began to pulse, as if breathing. Shadows began to twist and writhe, coiling up toward the pulpit. Amelia gasped as she saw the faces of the departed, those who had died over the years, beginning to materialize in the shadows. They reached out with skeletal hands, their mouths gaping in silent screams. The preacher's voice cut through the chaos. "The time is now. Choose." Without thinking, Amelia pushed her way through the crowd and ran toward the pulpit, her heart pounding. "What do you want from us?" she cried out. "What do you want from me?" The preacher's eyes narrowed, and his smile grew wider. "I want nothing from you, child. You are already part of the harvest." In that instant, Amelia felt a sharp, unbearable pain in her chest, as if her very soul was being torn from her body. She screamed, but no sound came from her lips. The shadows enveloped her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. And in the distance, the clock tower struck one final, deafening chime. The next morning, the villagers of Hollowbrook found the church standing eerily still. The doors were open, the candles had burned out, and the preacher was nowhere to be found. But when they entered, they found only silence, broken by the faint echoes of Amelia's final cry. The harvest had been completed, the sacrifice made, and Hollowbrook would never be the same. Story 38. The Red Mask Society. Elliot Thompson had always thought of himself as an outsider, someone who was never quite part of any group. So when the elegant, crimson-colored envelope arrived at his doorstep with a silver wax seal in the shape of an intricate mask, he couldn't resist but open it. Inside, written in flowing script, was the invitation. "We welcome you to join the Red Mask Society. You have been chosen for your unique abilities and intellect. Meet us at midnight in the old theater on the night of the full moon. Do not bring anyone with you. You will be tested, and if you prove worthy, you will become one of us." The handwriting was elegant, but the message was chilling in its simplicity. Elliot didn't know why, but he felt an undeniable pull towards the invitation. He had heard rumors of the Red Mask Society before, whispers of a group of influential, enigmatic individuals who could manipulate politics, business, and even the course of history itself. It was said that members wore red masks to conceal their identities, and once you were a part of the society, you could never leave. Against his better judgment, Elliot decided to attend. At midnight, Elliot arrived at the Old Theater, a dilapidated building at the edge of town. The sign was rusted, the lights dim, and the air thick with dust. It was as though the entire world had forgotten about this place, save for the mysterious society that called it home. The doors creaked as he pushed them open, revealing a dark, cavernous space. No one was in sight. The only sound was the slow drip of water somewhere in the building. Elliot's heart began to race as he stepped further into the gloom, but something held him back from turning around and leaving. He approached the stage, where a single chair sat beneath a faint pool of light. As if on cue, the room seemed to stir. Figures emerged from the shadows, dressed in black cloaks, their faces hidden behind crimson-red masks. Each mask was unique, with delicate details carved into the surface, making them almost artful in their design. The figures moved silently, as if they were not merely people, but phantoms. A voice, smooth and commanding, echoed from the back of the room. "Elliot Thompson, you have arrived." Elliot froze. He hadn't given anyone his name. "Come forward," the voice urged, "and prove your worth." Reluctantly, Elliot approached the stage and took the seat that was waiting for him. The masked figures gathered around, forming a circle. The air grew colder, and Elliot's nerves seemed to sharpen. "What is the test?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The voice behind the masks responded, "You must decide what you are willing to sacrifice for power." The room grew still as the masked figures watched him, their unblinking eyes hidden behind the masks. Elliot's mind raced. He had no idea what they meant, but the way they spoke, it was as if they knew something about him, about his desires, his ambitions. "You may ask us one question," the voice said, its tone a mix of intrigue and authority. "But choose wisely. Your question will determine the cost." Elliot swallowed, his throat dry. "What do I have to give up to join your society?" A pause. The masked figures seemed to deliberate, though their faces were unreadable. Then the voice responded, "You will give up your past. You will sever all ties with the life you once knew. Your name will no longer belong to you. You will be reborn into something greater. That is the price." Elliot felt a shiver run down his spine. Severing ties with his past? It was a steep price, but something in him stirred. A hunger for power, for influence, for control. He had always felt like an outsider, never fitting in with the world as it was. This was his chance to change that, to become something more. "What happens if I refuse?" he asked. The voice was quiet for a moment before answering. "Then you will leave, and the memory of this night will fade as if it never happened. But you will never again be offered this choice." Elliot looked at the masked figures surrounding him. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on him. He could walk away, live his ordinary life, and forget all about this strange society. Or he could take the step into something darker, something that might change the course of his life forever. "Make your decision," the voice urged. Elliot's hands clenched into fists. The decision seemed simple, but the consequences felt vast. He thought of his mundane existence, the endless cycle of work, failure, and insignificance. The idea of having power, of influencing things on a larger scale, was too tempting. He couldn't turn back. "I accept," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The masked figures moved in unison, their movements fluid, almost synchronized. They reached into their robes and produced a red mask, similar to their own. But this one was blank, with no intricate carvings or details. "This is your new face," the voice said. "From this moment on, you will be reborn as part of the society. You will wear this mask when you join us, and it will become a part of you." Elliot hesitated for a moment, but then took the mask, placing it over his face. The cold metal pressed against his skin, and for a moment, It felt as though the mask was part of him, melding with his very being. The room around him seemed to distort, and the faces of the masked figures blurred into shadows. He could hear the sound of whispers, distant and indistinct. And then, everything went black. When Elliot opened his eyes, he was no longer in the old theater. He stood in a grand, opulent hall, surrounded by other masked figures. Each wore a mask that was different but equally ornate. "Welcome to your new life," the voice said. "You are now one of us." Elliot looked around, his heart racing. He felt different. The weight of the mask seemed to anchor him, and yet he could feel power radiating from it, from all of them. But as the figures around him began to speak, he realized that their voices were not their own. The Red Mask Society wasn't just a group, it was a collective, a force that transcended individual identity. Everyone had sacrificed something to join, and now they were all bound together by the same unspoken pact. Elliot's past was gone. His name was gone. He was now a part of something much larger, and there would be no turning back. Story 39. The Witch's Mark. It was a crisp autumn evening when Eleanor found the old leather-bound book hidden beneath the floorboards of her family's attic. The musty scent of age clung to the pages as she carefully brushed off the dust, revealing delicate gold writing etched into the cover. The Witch's Mark. The title alone sent a shiver down her spine. Her grandmother had warned her about dark things hidden in the world, things that should never be uncovered. But Eleanor, curious and headstrong, had long dismissed those warnings as old superstitions. She was no stranger to the odd and the mysterious. Eleanor had always felt out of place in her small village, constantly seeking knowledge beyond the simple, rustic life the townspeople embraced. And now, this book, seemingly left behind by accident, was the key to something greater. With trembling hands, she opened the first page. The text was written in a strange, flowing script, but as she read, it became clear. The book spoke of an ancient ritual, one that could grant immense power but required a terrible price. The ritual involved invoking a dark mark, the Witch's Mark, a symbol of transformation. It was said to be a permanent seal, imbuing the bearer with magical abilities, but once marked, the witch could never be free again. Eleanor's heart raced. She knew she had to learn more. For weeks, Eleanor pored over the book, studying its every word. Her obsession grew, and so did the strange dreams that haunted her sleep. In the dreams, a woman cloaked in shadow whispered ancient words into her ear, urging her to complete the ritual. The woman's face was always obscured by a veil, but Eleanor knew it was the same face each time, the face of the witch who had written the book long ago. The more she read, the more she could feel the pull of the ritual. Promised knowledge beyond human comprehension, power that could change her fate forever. The townspeople might see her as an outsider, but with the power of the Witch's Mark, she could make them see her as something more. One stormy night, she could resist no longer. Under the pale light of the full moon, Eleanor gathered the ingredients from the book. She performed the ritual in the woods, away from prying eyes, candles, herbs, and a small dagger. As the final words left her lips, she felt a sharp, searing pain across her left hand. The skin burned, and when she looked, she saw it. A dark, intricate mark had appeared on her palm, a symbol she had only seen in the book, a swirl of symbols, each one a testament to the power she now held. But with the mark came something else, a weight, a feeling of being watched. Eleanor had done it. She had made the choice. At first, the change was subtle. Her senses sharpened. She could hear the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, even the beating of a bird's wings from miles away. Her dreams became filled with visions of people and places she had never seen. Eleanor felt alive in a way she never had before. She reveled in the newfound strength that surged through her. But soon, the darkness began to creep in. The power she had gained seemed to have a mind of its own. The mark on her hand grew colder with each passing day, as if it was feeding off her energy, her soul. And then the whispers began. At night, the voice of the witch echoed through the silence, her words growing clearer with each night. "You are mine now," she said. "You will never escape." Eleanor tried to ignore the voice at first, thinking it was a side effect of the ritual. But soon, she could feel the witch's presence, a cold weight on her chest, and the unmistakable pull of something dark and powerful tightening around her heart. The villagers, too, began to notice. Strange things began to happen in the town. Crops withered, animals disappeared, and the once thriving river began to dry up. The townspeople whispered in fear, blaming the young woman who had suddenly changed overnight. Eleanor could no longer pretend that the mark had not come with consequences. Eleanor sought answers. She returned to the book, desperate to find a way to rid herself of the mark, to break free from the curse she had willingly accepted. But the pages had changed. The ink was no longer the same, and the words twisted into unreadable symbols. The more she looked, the more the book seemed to mock her, showing her glimpses of the witch's face, grinning behind the veil. "You wanted power," the voice hissed, growing louder. "Now you belong to me. You cannot escape. You cannot run." The realization hit her like a stone to the chest. The witch's mark wasn't just a symbol of power. It was a binding contract. Once made, it could never be undone. The price of the mark was her soul, and now the witch controlled her fate. The town grew restless. People whispered of a curse upon the land, blaming Eleanor for the misfortunes that had befallen them. In their fear, they turned against her, and one night, they gathered with torches and pitchforks, marching toward her home. They had come to rid themselves of the evil they believed she had unleashed. Eleanor knew she could not run anymore. The witch's power was too great, and she had no way of escaping its grasp. As the townspeople reached her door, Eleanor stood in the doorway, her hand raised. The mark on her palm glowed, and the witch's voice filled her mind. She knew what she had to do. With a final, desperate cry, Eleanor unleashed the power that had been building within her. The town was swallowed in darkness. The ground trembled, the air grew cold, and the sky itself seemed to crack open. The townspeople screamed as the land itself turned against them, consumed by the curse she had unwittingly set into motion. And when the darkness faded, the town was gone. Nothing but ruins remained. The witch's mark had claimed it all. Eleanor, standing amidst the destruction, now wore the mark with no shame. She had become the witch. From that day on, Eleanor was no longer the curious, naive girl she once was. She was a force, a shadow in the night, feared and whispered about in every village far and wide. The witch's mark had claimed her, and now she would reign over all. But deep down, she knew the truth. There was no escaping the price she had paid. The mark would forever remind her that power, once sought, always demands a cost. Story 40. The Forbidden Book. Victor Ashford had always been a man of curiosity. From a young age, he had been drawn to forgotten corners of libraries, dusty tomes, and arcane knowledge that most people considered best left undisturbed. His home, an old stone manor on the outskirts of town, was a testament to his obsession. Shelves upon shelves filled with ancient books lined the walls of his study, each one more peculiar than the last. But it was the arrival of a package one stormy evening that would forever change his life. The parcel was unmarked, its rough paper and string worn and weathered as if it had traveled a great distance. Inside, there was a single item, a book bound in cracked black leather. The book was heavy, unnaturally so, and the moment Victor touched it, a strange chill ran up his spine. He had no idea who had sent it or how it had come into his possession. The only clue was a faint symbol embossed on the cover, an intricate, spiraling design that seemed to shift when he looked at it. With trembling hands, Victor opened the first page. The writing was in a language he could not recognize, though the letters seemed to form words that whispered in his mind, beckoning him to read further. The book was filled with instructions, rituals, and knowledge beyond anything Victor had ever encountered. It was a grimoire, a forbidden text that promised power over life and death itself. But as he read, the words seemed to call to him, urging him to seek the forbidden knowledge hidden within its pages. The more he read, the more a sense of unease gripped him. His obsession grew, as did his understanding of the dark magic contained within the book. Victor couldn't stop himself. He began to perform the rituals detailed in the book, each one darker and more dangerous than the last. The first ritual summoned a faint shadow that danced across his study, but the results were subtle, nothing he couldn't explain away. But the more he practiced, the more the shadows grew. Strange occurrences began to happen. Objects in his study would move on their own. Whispers filled the air when he was alone, and the temperature in the room would drop to freezing when he read certain passages. The book seemed to have a life of its own, and each time Victor opened it, the words seemed to shift, as if adapting to his deepest desires. One night, as he performed a particularly dangerous ritual, a summoning of spirits long dead, a figure materialized before him. It was a man, pale and gaunt, with eyes that glowed an unnatural red. "You should not have called me," the figure said, its voice like the scraping of nails on stone. "You have unleashed forces you cannot control." Victor froze, his heart racing. But instead of backing away, he demanded answers. "Who are you? What is this book?" The figure's eyes glowed brighter, and a cruel smile spread across its face. "I am a servant of the one who wrote this book, the author of your doom. You have made a pact, Victor Ashford, and now the price must be paid." Over the following days, Victor's life spiraled into chaos. The book began to consume him both physically and mentally. His once sharp mind grew foggy, his body weakened, and the shadows that clung to him grew darker. The figure that had appeared to him returned time and time again, its presence a constant reminder of the pact he had made. Victor learned the truth. The book was not just a collection of spells. It was a conduit to an ancient, malevolent entity that sought to break free from its prison. The book had been written by the entity's servant, a dark sorcerer who had bound the creature's power into the pages, hoping to control it. But the power was too great, and the sorcerer had been consumed by the very force he sought to control. Now the entity was seeking a new vessel. It wanted Victor. The more Victor resisted, the more intense the book's influence became. He tried to destroy it, to burn it, to tear it apart, but it always reappeared, intact, waiting for him to open it again. The shadows around him thickened, and his nights were plagued with dreams of a great, writhing darkness, whispering in a language older than time itself. Desperation led Victor to seek out the only person who might be able to help him, a woman named Helena Blackwood, a scholar of the occult who had studied forbidden magic for years. She had warned him in the past to avoid the path of dark magic, but now, with the book threatening to consume him entirely, he had no other choice. When he arrived at her home, a small cottage hidden deep within the forest, he found her waiting for him. Helena took one look at the book and grimaced. "You've gone too far, Victor," she said softly. "This is not a simple text. It's a doorway, and you've unlocked it." Helena explained that there was only one way to end the book's power, to destroy the entity bound within it. The ritual would require an immense sacrifice, one that would sever the connection between Victor and the entity forever. But there was no guarantee that the ritual would succeed. It was a desperate act, and if it failed, the entity would take full control. Victor had no choice. He had already lost too much. That night, beneath the full moon, they performed the ritual. Helena chanted the words from an ancient tome, and Victor placed the book in the center of the circle. The shadows in the room swirled and writhed, and the temperature dropped to freezing. As the ritual reached its climax, Victor felt a violent tug at his soul. The book opened on its own, and the figure appeared once more, this time more monstrous and twisted than before. It reached out with long, clawed hands, its red eyes burning with fury. "Fool," the entity hissed. "You cannot escape me." Victor felt the grip of the entity tightening around his heart, but with a final cry, he plunged his hand into the book, severing the connection between the two worlds. A blinding light erupted, and the room was consumed by a deafening roar. When the light faded, the book was gone, and so was the entity. Helena collapsed, exhausted but alive. Victor, too, had survived, but at a terrible cost. His body was marked with the lingering trace of the entity's presence, a dark stain on his soul that could never be washed away. The book, for now, was gone, but he knew that its power was never truly destroyed. Somewhere, deep in the world, The forbidden book was waiting for the next soul foolish enough to open its pages. Victor Ashford never returned to his manor. He wandered the world, constantly haunted by the memory of the entity and the book. He knew that the knowledge contained within it was far too dangerous to ever be sought again. But in the quiet moments of his life, he couldn't shake the feeling that the book had never truly left him. It was only a matter of time before someone else would find it, and the cycle would begin again. Story 41. The Echoing Scream. It was late one evening when Evelyn first heard it. A scream, raw and full of terror, echoing through the woods surrounding her family's cottage. At first, she thought it was a wild animal, perhaps a fox in distress or a bird of prey calling out in the night. But as she listened more closely, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The scream was unmistakably human. She sat frozen by the window, her eyes darting nervously toward the dark forest that loomed just beyond the edge of her garden. The scream wasn't just one cry. It was repeated, echoing in the night air, bouncing off the trees and hills as though it came from some deep, ancient place. But there was no sign of anyone in the woods. Evelyn's father, a reclusive man who had moved the family to this remote area years ago, often warned her not to venture into the woods after dark. He spoke of local legends, stories of lost travelers, restless spirits, and a curse that hung over the land. Evelyn had always dismissed them as superstition, but now, hearing that scream, doubt gnawed at her. She tried to sleep, but every time she closed her eyes, the sound echoed in her mind, drawing her attention like a magnet. As dawn approached and the scream finally faded, Evelyn's curiosity grew stronger than her fear. She couldn't ignore it. The next morning, with the sun high in the sky, Evelyn decided to investigate. With a small satchel of supplies, Evelyn ventured into the woods. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the light flickered through the canopy above. She had walked these woods countless times before, but today felt different. The stillness of the forest seemed oppressive, as if every branch, every rustling leaf, was holding its breath. The further she went, the stronger the feeling of being watched became. There was an old path that cut through the trees, one that was barely visible now, overtaken by the creeping tendrils of vines and moss. Her father had warned her never to follow that path. It was an old hunting trail that led to a forgotten chapel, a place steeped in rumors and fear. But Evelyn pressed on. She was determined to find the source of the scream. The path twisted and turned, and soon she found herself in an unfamiliar part of the forest. The trees grew thicker here, their trunks knotted and gnarled, as if they had witnessed the passage of centuries. There was an unnatural silence now. No birds, no insects, just the soft crunch of leaves beneath her boots. Then she saw it, the chapel. It was a crumbling structure, half hidden by the overgrowth, its stone walls cracked and weathered. A large iron door stood ajar, creaking slightly in the breeze. Evelyn's heart raced, but she couldn't turn back now. The scream had drawn her here, and she had to know why. Stepping into the shadow of the chapel, she was greeted by a cold, oppressive air. The interior was even more decayed, with dust and cobwebs clinging to the altar and stained glass windows that no longer let in light. The silence was deafening, yet Evelyn felt an undeniable presence. Something ancient and sorrowful lingered in the air. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a low, mournful wail, a sound that echoed through the stone walls like the wail of a tormented soul. Evelyn spun around, her breath caught in her throat. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was a woman, her face obscured by tangled hair, her clothes torn and ragged. She reached out to Evelyn with a hand that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, her voice a whispering scream that filled the air. "Help me," the figure pleaded, her eyes hollow and empty. "The curse, it's never ending." Evelyn's heart pounded in her chest as she backed away. The figure's scream seemed to vibrate in her very bones, reverberating throughout the chapel and into the world beyond. The woman's voice echoed in a loop, endlessly repeating the same desperate words. The woman's image wavered, as if she were caught between two worlds, alive and dead, trapped in an eternal cycle. Evelyn's mind raced. The scream, the eerie feeling in the forest, the legends her father had spoken of. It all started to come together. The woman was trapped in the curse of the chapel, doomed to relive her last moments over and over. The curse had begun centuries ago, when a group of villagers had tried to summon a spirit to gain power, but the ritual had gone wrong. The spirit they had summoned turned on them, and the town had been consumed in flames. Only a handful of survivors had managed to escape, but the curse they unleashed never stopped. The woman, Evelyn realized, was one of those survivors, her spirit bound to the chapel, forever repeating her final, desperate scream. She was a warning, a reflection of the consequences of tampering with forces beyond understanding. As the woman's scream echoed once more, Evelyn understood. To break the curse, she had to undo the original ritual. But how? She didn't know enough about it, and the woman's wailing made it hard to think clearly. But then Evelyn remembered something her father had told her long ago. There was an old book in the attic, one that had belonged to her great-grandfather, a scholar of the occult. It was said to contain the key to breaking curses, hidden deep in its pages. She had to get back. Evelyn returned to the cottage as quickly as she could, her heart pounding in her chest. She found the old book in the attic, buried beneath a pile of old furniture and dust. The pages were yellowed with age, but the writing was clear. She quickly flipped through the pages, desperate for answers, until she found the ritual, a way to send the trapped souls back to their resting place. It was risky and dangerous, but it was the only way. The ritual required 3 things: a flame, a reflection of the soul, and a vow of release. She grabbed a candle, a small mirror from her father's study, and recited the words from the book. As she spoke the final words of the ritual, the ground trembled, and the air grew thick with tension. The chapel seemed to warp before her eyes, its walls flickering like the flames of a dying fire. The woman's scream grew louder, until it was deafening, and then silence. Evelyn opened her eyes, and the woman was gone. The chapel, too, had vanished, leaving only the quiet of the forest behind. Though the curse had been broken, Evelyn knew that the echoes of the scream would always linger in the back of her mind. The forest had returned to its quiet state, but there was a part of her that would never be free of what she had witnessed. The cursed souls of the past were at peace, but the memory of their suffering would remain forever. And sometimes, when the wind howled through the trees on a dark night, she could still hear the faintest echo of the scream, faint but persistent, like a warning from the past. Story 42. The Mirror Fog. It was an ordinary morning when Sarah first noticed it. She had woken early, as she always did, to prepare for work. The sunlight barely pierced through the heavy curtains of her bedroom, casting long shadows across the floor. As she passed the large, antique mirror hanging on the wall near the door, something caught her eye. At first, she thought it was just a trick of the light. Perhaps the condensation from her breath had left a foggy trace on the glass. But when she stopped and looked closer, she saw something else. The fog wasn't just on the surface. It seemed to be moving, swirling, as if it had a mind of its own. The mirror was no ordinary piece. It had belonged to her grandmother, a woman who had always spoken in hushed tones about the mirror's strange qualities, how it could show glimpses of things that weren't quite real, or things that might happen in the future. Sarah had always dismissed these stories as old superstitions, but now, seeing the mist swirl inside the glass, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The fog thickened, obscuring the reflection of her room. Sarah stepped closer, her heartbeat quickening. She reached out, her fingers almost touching the cool surface, and the fog suddenly swirled violently, as if responding to her presence. And then, she saw it. Something moving in the mist, something that wasn't her own reflection. A figure, a face, a woman, her features twisted in an expression of pure terror. The woman's eyes locked with Sarah's, and for a moment, everything went still. The air grew thick and cold, and Sarah's breath came in shallow gasps. Before she could move away, the figure in the mirror screamed, the sound deafening, and the glass cracked. After the scream, the fog seemed to dissipate. The crack in the mirror was only a hairline fracture, but the experience left Sarah shaken. She couldn't explain it, nor could she ignore the unsettling feeling that clung to her even after the fog had cleared. That evening, after returning from work, Sarah tried to shake off the memory of the morning's events. She passed by the mirror again, but this time, there was nothing unusual. The reflection of her room looked as it always had, normal, unremarkable. Yet, the sense of something watching her never left. Every time she passed the mirror, she couldn't help but glance at it, half expecting to see the fog return, or the woman's face, contorted in agony. But it didn't happen. Still, she began to notice strange things. Objects in her home moved ever so slightly. Small things, like a book that wasn't where she left it or a chair that had shifted just a bit. At night, she heard whispers, barely audible, like the murmur of a conversation just out of reach. The whispers seemed to come from the direction of the mirror. One night, Sarah decided to confront whatever was happening. She stood in front of the mirror, determined to face whatever it was. The fog hadn't appeared again, but her anxiety was building. She reached out and touched the cold surface of the glass, her fingers trembling, and then the whispering stopped. For a moment, there was silence, an oppressive, suffocating silence. And then the figure appeared again. The woman, her face still twisted with fear, but now her expression was different. It was pleading, her mouth moving as though trying to speak, but no sound came. The woman's hand pressed against the glass from the other side, desperate to reach Sarah. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She could feel the air growing colder, the temperature dropping rapidly around her. Sarah spent the next few days trying to understand what was happening. She researched her grandmother's history, hoping to find some clue about the mirror's strange power. She found old journals, scribbled notes, and cryptic passages that spoke of a curse tied to the glass. A curse that bound the spirits of the restless to its surface. It turned out that the mirror wasn't just an ordinary heirloom. It had once been owned by a distant relative, a woman who had dabbled in dark arts long ago. The mirror was a gateway, one that trapped the souls of those who had died with unfinished business, forcing them to relive their final moments over and over. As Sarah read, she felt a cold chill creeping up her spine. The woman in the mirror, the one who had screamed, wasn't the first. Others had been trapped before her. Determined to uncover the full truth, Sarah returned to the attic, where her grandmother's belongings had been stored. There, she found an old box, covered in dust. Inside, she discovered a faded photograph of the woman in the mirror, a woman named Eleanor, her grandmother's aunt. The photograph was taken many years ago, but it was clear that the woman had met a tragic end. The story, as Sarah uncovered, was that Eleanor had been involved in a forbidden ritual to summon a spirit, a ritual that had gone horribly wrong. The spirit, angry and vengeful, had killed Eleanor, but before her death, the curse had been placed upon the mirror. The ritual had bound her spirit to the glass, and over time, other souls had joined her, each one trapped in an endless loop of torment. Sarah realized that the woman's fear wasn't just her own. It was the fear of being trapped forever, of never finding peace. And it was clear that the curse wasn't finished with her yet. The more Sarah interacted with the mirror, the more she felt herself being drawn into its world, her own reflection growing more and more distorted. With the knowledge of the mirror's curse in her mind, Sarah was faced with a horrifying decision. The only way to break the curse, to free the trapped souls, was to destroy the mirror itself. But doing so would require a sacrifice, one that would ensure that the souls bound to it would be released, but at the cost of the person who broke the mirror. Sarah stood in front of the glass one final time, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. The whispers had grown louder, the fog swirling again in the reflection. The woman, Eleanor, appeared once more, her face now calm but sorrowful. She reached out, her hand pressing against the glass, as if pleading for Sarah to save herself. But Sarah knew what she had to do. With a final, resolute breath, she picked up a heavy object from the table and hurled it at the mirror. The glass shattered with a deafening crack, and a blinding light erupted from the shattered pieces. The woman's face vanished, and the fog dissipated. The whispering stopped, For a moment, there was silence. When Sarah woke, she found herself lying on the floor of her living room, the mirror gone. The room was still, peaceful. Nothing was out of place. But as she sat up and looked around, she knew something had changed. The air felt lighter, the oppressive weight that had once filled the house gone. The mirror was gone, and with it, the curse. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits she had freed were still watching over her, grateful for her sacrifice. And sometimes, when she passed the spot where the mirror had once hung, she could swear she saw a fleeting shadow, just for a second, moving in the corner of her eye. But when she turned to look, nothing was there. The fog had lifted, but the echoes of the past remained. Story 43. The Crying River. It was a small village, nestled between the mountains and the dense forest, where the people lived simple lives, far removed from the hustle of the world. The villagers often spoke of the river that ran through the valley, an old, winding waterway that seemed to know the stories of the land better than any person. But the river was no ordinary one. It was known as the Crying River, a name whispered with fear and reverence. The elders told of its sorrowful wail that would rise every night when the moon was full, echoing through the valley. The cry was unlike any natural sound, low, guttural, and full of pain, as if the river itself wept for a lost soul. The legend said that the river's cry was the sound of the spirit of a young woman named Alara, who had drowned there many years ago under mysterious circumstances. Her death had never been fully explained, and the villagers believed that her restless spirit had become bound to the river, her cries a constant reminder of the tragedy. But over the years, fewer and fewer people had heard the cry. The legend faded into the background, replaced by the mundane rhythms of life. No one remembered the last time the river had cried out, until one fateful autumn evening. It was Anya who first heard it. She was a young woman, new to the village, having moved there to escape the bustle of city life. Anya was drawn to the village's calm, its isolation, and the promise of a fresh start. She had heard the stories of the Crying River but had dismissed them as mere folklore. But on her first night in the village, as she stood by the riverbank, the wind began to pick up. A chill settled over the land as the full moon cast its silver light on the water. And then it came. The cry. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was something more, something deep and filled with despair. A long, anguished wail that seemed to come from the very depths of the river. The sound gripped Anya's heart, freezing her in place. For a moment, she thought she was imagining it, but the longer she listened, the clearer it became. There was no mistaking it. The Crying River had returned. The villagers, hearing it too, began to murmur in fear. The cry echoed through the valley, a sound so sorrowful that it made the heart ache. It carried with it a sense of finality, as though the river was calling out for something, or someone, that had been lost. Anya couldn't shake the feeling that the cry was meant for her. The sound reverberated in her mind, keeping her awake at night, her dreams plagued by the image of a woman's pale, outstretched hand reaching out from the water. Who was she? What did she want? Determined to find answers, Anya sought out the village's oldest resident, a woman named Mariah, who was said to know all the old stories. Mariah had lived in the village her entire life, and her memory was as sharp as ever. When Anya asked about the Crying River and the spirit of Alara, Mariah's face grew solemn. "You've heard it, haven't you? The cry," she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Anya nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of the sorrowful sound. "It said that Alara's death was no accident," Mariah continued, her voice shaking with emotion. "She was a young woman, full of life and love. She fell in love with a man from a neighboring village, a man who promised her the world. But their love was forbidden. Alara's family had forbidden the union, and they had planned to send her away to a distant relative. On the night she was meant to leave, she vanished." Mariah paused, her eyes distant as though seeing something beyond the present. "It is believed that Alara didn't drown by accident. She was pushed by someone she trusted, and the river has been crying for her ever since, mourning the injustice of her death." Anya felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be true? Had Alara been murdered? And if so, Why was her spirit still haunting the river after all these years? Over the following days, Anya couldn't escape the pull of the crying river. She spent hours by its banks, watching the water flow, hoping for some sign, some clue that could unravel the mystery of Alara's death. But the more she listened, the more she felt an unexplainable connection to the spirit. One night, as the full moon rose high in the sky, Anya stood at the edge of the river, feeling the cold mist rise from the water. The cry echoed through the air, louder than ever, and Anya found herself whispering into the wind, "What do you want from me?" For a long moment, there was silence. Then, just as she turned to leave, she heard a voice, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, as though the river itself was speaking to her. "Find the one who betrayed me." Anya's heart raced. The voice was unmistakable, Alara's voice. It was faint, but it was clear. The river was guiding her, urging her to seek out the truth. But who had betrayed Alara? And where could Anya find them after all these years? Part 5. The Truth Beneath the Surface. Determined to uncover the truth, Anya went to the village's archives, where old records and documents were kept. After days of searching, she found a name: Jasper Cole, the man who had once promised Alara a future. The records showed that Jasper had vanished from the village shortly after Alara's death, and no one had heard from him since. Anya knew what she had to do. She traveled to the town where Jasper had once lived, following the trail that Alara had left behind. There, she uncovered a buried truth. Jasper had never left the village willingly. He had been driven out by the guilt of what he had done. Alara's family had discovered the truth of her death and had forced him to leave, but the guilt had never left him. The final pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Alara's death had been no accident. She had been betrayed by the one person she trusted most, and the river had cried for her ever since, seeking justice. Anya returned to the village, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what had transpired. She went to the river one last time, knowing what she had to do. The cry came again, but this time, it wasn't filled with sorrow. It was filled with release, peace. Anya stood at the riverbank, and in the stillness of the night, she whispered a prayer for Alara's spirit, asking for forgiveness and offering her the justice she had been denied. As she did, the waters began to calm, the cry fading into a soft sigh. And then, for the first time in years, the river fell silent. The curse was lifted. Alara's spirit was free. From that night on, the crying river no longer cried, but its story of love, betrayal, and redemption would live on in the hearts of those who had listened to its mournful call. Story 44. The Shadow Play. In a forgotten corner of the city, hidden behind narrow streets and half-closed doors, stood a peculiar theater known only to a few. It had no name, no advertisements, and no grand marquee. People called it the Shadow Theater because, no matter how many lights were lit inside, the building always seemed to be bathed in a perpetual twilight. The theater was said to host performances unlike any others. Shows would appear on the schedule with no prior warning, and the audience was often told to show up without knowing the play they were about to witness. Whispers in the streets spoke of its eerie productions, performances that left those who saw them changed forever, haunted by visions long after the final curtain call. Sarah had always heard the rumors, but she had never been curious enough to visit. That was until one rainy evening, when a strange invitation arrived at her doorstep. It was a single slip of paper with only 2 words written in elegant, flowing script: The Shadow Play. The letter's simplicity intrigued her, and curiosity won over her skepticism. She decided to attend, never imagining what the night would hold. When Sarah arrived at the theater, the first thing she noticed was its uncanny stillness. No one else seemed to be in line, yet the large wooden doors were slightly ajar. As she stepped inside, a chill ran down her spine. The air was thick with an otherworldly quiet, and the interior of the theater seemed both ancient and timeless, as if it had existed far longer than the city itself. A single usher, a man in a dark suit with hollow eyes, greeted her without a word. He simply handed her a ticket and gestured for her to enter the auditorium. As Sarah walked into the main theater hall, the room was almost empty. Only a handful of people sat in the rows, their faces obscured by shadows. The seats were old and creaked underfoot, and the stage seemed too far away, too vast for the small audience. She felt as though she had wandered into a forgotten dream. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the air in the room shifted. A hush fell over the audience. The play was about to begin, but instead of actors stepping onto the stage, the curtain lifted to reveal something far stranger. Shadows. At first, Sarah thought they were projections, but the more she watched, the more she realized they weren't simply cast by light. These shadows moved independently, twisting and shifting, as though they had a life of their own. The shapes on the stage began to form scenes. Two lovers walking through a forest, a man sitting alone in a darkened room, a woman lost in thought. But there was something unsettling about the way the shadows moved. The figures didn't act like normal people. Their limbs were elongated, their faces obscured by the darkness, and their movements were jerky, like marionettes controlled by invisible strings. Sarah's heart began to race. She tried to look away, but she couldn't. The shadows seemed to be drawing her in, pulling her deeper into the story they were weaving. As the play continued, Sarah became more and more immersed in the unfolding scenes. The shadows on stage grew darker and more twisted. The scenes shifted rapidly, showing strange, disturbing moments. An old woman weeping alone in a small room, a child staring out of a window, their eyes wide with terror. The shadowy figures began to look familiar. The more Sarah watched, the more she realized that these weren't just random images. The scenes depicted moments from her own life, her childhood, her parents, her lost dreams, all twisted and distorted in dark, surreal forms. The shadows didn't just mimic reality. They seemed to expose hidden fears, buried memories, and secrets that Sarah had long forgotten. The figures on stage began to move toward her, their dark, intangible hands reaching out from the shadows, as if trying to pull her into the play. Sarah tried to look away, to leave the theater, but her body refused to move. Her mind screamed for her to run, but her feet remained rooted to the spot. One of the shadow figures, a faceless woman, slowly emerged from the stage. She seemed to be made entirely of shadow, her body contorting and twisting in ways that defied human form. As the woman approached Sarah, the audience around her remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the stage. They seemed unaware of the terrifying presence that was now standing in front of her. "You should not have come," the woman whispered, her voice a soft, haunting echo. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to scream, to break free, but the woman's presence held her captive. Her eyes locked with Sarah's, and in that moment, Sarah saw something dark and dreadful. The woman's eyes were not eyes at all but deep voids, filled with endless darkness. She saw her own reflection in those voids, twisted and distorted, a version of herself she could barely recognize. The woman reached out, her fingers brushing against Sarah's cheek, and everything went black. When Sarah opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the theater. She was standing alone on a darkened street, the city around her eerily quiet. The rain had stopped, and a thick fog had rolled in, shrouding everything in an unsettling stillness. She stumbled forward, disoriented, and looked around for any sign of where she was. The theater was gone, as if it had never existed. The street was unfamiliar, and the air felt heavy, as though she had stepped into a world that wasn't quite her own. The memories of the play still clung to her, vivid and real. The shadows, the woman, the strange, twisted scenes. Had it been a dream, a nightmare, or had she truly stepped into another realm? A world where the boundary between shadow and reality had blurred? Sarah felt a strange sense of loss, as though a part of her had been left behind in that other world. She could still hear the woman's voice echoing in her mind, a warning she couldn't escape. "You should not have come." The sound of her own footsteps was the only thing that broke the silence, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was following her, watching her from the corners of her vision, lurking in the shadows. And then, in the distance, she saw it. A figure standing at the end of the street, its outline barely visible in the mist. It was the woman, her dark silhouette merging with the fog. Sarah froze, unable to move. And then, as the fog closed in around her, she understood. The play was never over. It had only just begun. Story 45. The Night of No Stars. The village of Black Hollow had always been small, nestled between the dense woods and the endless moors. Its people were quiet, their lives simple, their nights lit by the stars that stretched across the sky like an endless sea of fireflies. No matter the season, the stars always shone, guiding travelers and comforting those who feared the dark. But then came the night when the stars did not appear. At first, the villagers thought it was only an overcast sky, a thick blanket of clouds obscuring the heavens. But there was no moon, no glow from behind the clouds, no shifting winds to suggest a storm. The sky was simply empty. A void of absolute blackness stretched above them, so deep and endless that looking up for too long made one's head spin. An unsettling stillness fell over the village. The usual sounds of the night, crickets, owls, the rustling of the wind through the trees, had vanished. The air itself seemed frozen, waiting. Elder Rowan, the village's oldest resident, stepped into the town square with a grave expression. "This has happened before," he murmured. "Long ago, when I was a boy." The villagers gathered around him, their faces pale in the dim lantern light. "What does it mean?" someone asked. Rowan's eyes darkened. "It means something is coming." That night, the village held an uneasy vigil, lanterns and torches burning bright against the swallowing darkness. Parents kept their children close, whispering reassurances they did not believe. Then, just past midnight, the first candle went out. It happened so suddenly that the innkeeper, who had been watching his lantern from across the room, barely had time to react. One moment it burned brightly, the next it was gone, snuffed out without a flicker. Then another, and another. One by one, every source of light in the village began to die. The torches sputtered out as if a great unseen wind had swept through, yet no breeze stirred the air. The lanterns dimmed, their flames shrinking until they vanished entirely. Even the fireplace in the town's great hall, which had burned steadily for generations, crumbled into cold embers. The darkness that followed was not ordinary. It was thick and suffocating, a living thing that wrapped around the village like a shroud, clung to skin, seeped into bones. No one could see past an arm's length, and the void above stretched endlessly, as if the sky had been swallowed whole. And then the whispers began. At first, they were barely audible, soft murmurs carried on the non-existent wind. But soon, they grew louder, weaving through the village like a chorus of unseen voices. Some villagers swore they heard their own names being called. Others heard weeping, laughter, or the faint sound of footsteps circling their homes. "The sky is gone," a voice whispered near the well. "The world is ending. They walk between the stars," another voice echoed from the church. "And now the stars are gone." Panic spread like wildfire. People locked their doors, barricaded their windows, huddled together in the suffocating dark. But there was no escaping the whispers. They slipped through the cracks, crawled under doorways, pressed against the ears of the terrified villagers. Something was out there, and it was getting closer. Rowan was the first to see them. Peering through his window, he saw movement at the edge of the village. Shadows, darker than the night itself, shifting along the ground, gliding between houses. They had no faces, no eyes, just hollow, shifting voids shaped like men. They moved without sound, slipping through walls, standing at doorsteps, their empty heads tilted as if listening. Then they began knocking, a slow, deliberate tap-tap-tap against doors and windows. Not forceful, not hurried, just patient, waiting. One man, in his terror, flung open his door and ran screaming into the blackness. He was gone before anyone could stop him, his cries swallowed by the void. The whispers grew louder, the knocking more insistent. Rowan gathered those who remained in the town hall, the only place where a few stubborn candles still burned weakly. "Do not answer them," he commanded. "Do not listen. They cannot enter unless we let them in." But it was too late for some. As the night stretched on, the figures outside grew bolder. Some villagers, unable to bear the whispers any longer, opened their doors. One by one, they stepped into the darkness and vanished. Their voices joined the whispers. The night felt endless, an eternity wrapped in shadow. But as the first sliver of dawn touched the horizon, the whispers began to fade. The knocking ceased, and one by one, the stars blinked back into existence, as if they had never left. By sunrise, the village was whole again. The light returned, the sounds of the forest resumed, and the air lost its unnatural stillness. But not everything had gone back to normal. Many were missing. Their homes stood empty, doors left ajar, beds untouched. There were no footprints, no signs of struggle, only silence where they had once been. Rowan stood in the square, staring at the sky. "They took their toll," he murmured. "They always do." When asked who they were, he simply shook his head. No one spoke of that night again. No one dared to question where the missing had gone. But every year on the same night, the village prepared. They gathered in the town hall, lit as many candles as they could, and waited. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, the whispers would return, calling new names. Story 46. The Drowned Lovers. In the quiet town of Black Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there was a lake shrouded in legend. Blackwater Lake, as it was called, was beautiful by day, its surface a perfect mirror of the sky, but by night, it turned into something else entirely. The water, ink-dark and motionless, seemed to absorb all sound, and those who gazed into it too long swore they heard whispers rising from the depths. For centuries, the townsfolk spoke of the drowned lovers, a pair of star-crossed souls who had perished in the lake long ago. Their tale was one of love, betrayal, and a tragic fate that bound them to the waters forever. The story went that long ago, a young woman named Eleanor had fallen in love with a man named William, the son of a wealthy landowner. But William was already promised to another, a marriage arranged for wealth and power. Desperate to be together, Eleanor and William planned to elope, meeting at the lake on a cold autumn night. But someone had followed them. The next morning, their bodies were found in the water. Eleanor's dress tangled in the reeds, William's lifeless arms still reaching for her. The town whispered of murder, of jealous rage, of a curse placed upon the lake. Since that night, lovers who visited Blackwater Lake after sundown were said to vanish. Their bodies never found, only ripples disturbing the still water. The legend warned, those who seek love in the lake's reflection may find only death staring back. Emily and Jacob didn't believe in ghosts. They had heard the stories growing up, of course, every child in Black Hollow had. But they were nothing more than old tales, bedtime stories meant to keep them from wandering too far at night. Now, as teenagers on the cusp of leaving their quiet town behind, they laughed at the superstition. So when their friends dared them to visit Blackwater Lake after dark, they didn't hesitate. It was a warm summer evening, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. The moon hung low, casting silver light across the lake's glassy surface. Emily and Jacob walked to the water's edge, their hands intertwined. The rest of their friends stayed behind at the tree line, watching with excitement and unease. "Say their names," one of their friends called out. "That's how you summon them." Jacob grinned and took a deep breath. "Eleanor and William, are you out there?" His voice echoed over the still water. "Nothing." Emily laughed. "See? Just an old legend." But then the wind changed. A thick mist curled across the lake's surface, creeping toward the shore like reaching fingers. The air grew heavy, dense, as if the night itself was holding its breath. Then came the whispers, soft at first, just a trickle of sound, then rising, swirling around them like a current. Words they couldn't quite understand, voices overlapping, pleading, mourning. Emily turned to Jacob, her breath hitching. "Did you hear that?" Before he could answer, the water rippled. Something moved beneath the surface. A shadow too large to be a fish, too fluid to be a human figure. Twisted and coiled, then stilled. A shape broke the surface. Pale hand. Emily screamed as the hand reached toward them, fingers dripping with lake water, the skin tinged blue as if frozen. The whispers turned to wails. Jacob grabbed her wrist. "Run!" They turned to flee, but the ground beneath them was no longer solid. It was wet, soft, sinking. Emily's feet slipped, her legs swallowed by the mud as if the earth itself was trying to pull her in. The lake surged forward in a wave that should not have been possible, water dragging them back toward the shore. And standing there, just at the edge of the mist, were two figures, a man and a woman, their forms flickering like candlelight, their eyes black voids. Eleanor and William, but their faces were twisted in sorrow, in longing. Their mouths moved, but the words were lost in the howling wind. Then, as suddenly as it began, the mist receded, the whispers faded, the figures dissolved into the water. Emily and Jacob gasped for breath, their bodies soaked, their hearts pounding. When they looked around, they realized they were alone. Their friends were gone. By the time they made it back to town, their friends were still missing. A search party scoured the lake for days, but no trace was ever found. No footprints, no bodies, just silence. The legend of the drowned lovers grew. Some claimed that Eleanor and William had taken their friends as replacements, new souls to keep them company in the lake's eternal darkness. Others whispered that Emily and Jacob had been marked and that the lake would one day come for them, too. Neither of them ever went back to Blackwater Lake. But sometimes, on still summer nights, when the wind was just right, they swore they could hear whispers drifting through their open windows, calling their names, waiting. Story 47. The Hunter's Curse. In the deep, uncharted woods beyond the village of Briar Hollow, there was a legend, one whispered by old hunters and ignored by the foolishly brave. It told of a creature that did not belong to the world of men, something that lurked between the trees, watching, waiting. The elders warned, do not hunt beyond the black pines. Do not take more than you need. And if you hear the whistle, run. But Tobias Grayson was not a man who believed in old wives' tales. Tobias was the finest hunter in Briar Hollow, a man whose hands had felled more beasts than any other. The village relied on his skill to fill their tables, and his pride swelled with every whispered praise. But pride, as all hunters should know, is a dangerous thing. One fateful autumn, Tobias sought bigger game. The forest had grown quiet, the usual deer scarce, the birds eerily absent. He ventured beyond the black pines, deeper than any had dared, determined to return with a prize worthy of legend. That was when he heard the whistle. It was faint at first, a hollow tune carried by the wind. Not a bird, not the breeze, something else. Then the trees moved, not with the wind, but with something unseen shifting among them. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. Tobias nocked an arrow, his breath slow and steady. He had hunted wolves, bears. What could possibly frighten him now? Then he saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing dimly like embers in the dark. They did not blink. They did not waver. They simply watched. Tobias loosed his arrow. The silence swallowed the twang of his bowstring. The arrow never struck. The eyes remained. And then, the whisper came. Now you are hunted. Tobias ran. Branches clawed at his face. The ground twisted beneath his feet. But he did not stop. The air around him felt wrong, the forest shifting as if it had swallowed him whole. No matter how fast he ran, the trees stretched on forever. And then the whistle returned, closer. The sound was no longer carried by the wind. It was behind him, beside him, ahead of him. Tobias stumbled into a clearing, breath ragged. He turned, bow raised, hands trembling. But the creature was nowhere to be seen. Instead, something else waited for him, his own reflection. There, standing in the middle of the clearing, was himself, his own body, his own face, staring back with hollow, empty eyes. A cruel, twisted mockery of him. Then it smiled. A searing pain burned through Tobias's chest. He gasped, clutching at his skin. But there was no wound, only the feeling of something being carved into him, something unseen sinking deep beneath his flesh. And then the forest let him go. Tobias stumbled back into Briar Hollow at dawn, his body drenched in sweat, his mind clouded. The villagers found him at the edge of the woods, muttering of eyes in the dark, of a whisper that would not leave him. Days passed. Tobias tried to hunt again, but the animals fled from him now, their eyes wide with an unnatural fear. The birds did not sing when he walked beneath the trees. The air around him felt colder. His shadow stretched too long in the fading light. Then the deaths began. First, it was Henry Thatcher, another hunter, found in his bed with his throat torn open. No sign of struggle, no sign of an intruder. Then young Elise, the miller's daughter, discovered in the river, her face frozen in terror, though there was no water in her lungs. The villagers whispered. They saw the way Tobias's shadow lingered even after he moved, the way his eyes gleamed in the dark. And at night they heard the whistle. Tobias knew, deep in his bones, that he had been cursed. He had not just wandered into the hunting grounds of something ancient, he had become its prey. And now it hunted through him, using his body as a vessel, a puppet for its dark will. The whispers in the night were growing louder. The reflection in his mirror was no longer his own, and soon he knew he would disappear completely. On the eve of the first snowfall, Tobias gathered his weapons and walked back into the black pines. He knew he would not return, but perhaps if he was fast enough, if he was strong enough, he could end the hunt before it claimed anyone else. The villagers never saw Tobias again, but on cold autumn nights, when the wind is still, they say you can hear it. A whistle drifting through the trees, a warning, or a promise. Story 48. The Bell of Doom. In the heart of Ravenshade, an ancient town shrouded in mist and legend, stood an old stone church. It was the oldest building in the town, its towering steeple casting long shadows over the cobbled streets. But what set it apart was the great iron bell that hung in its tower, massive, blackened with age, and silent for over a century. The bell had once rung for celebrations, for weddings and festivals, for morning prayers and evening vigils. But one fateful night, long ago, it tolled on its own, 12 heavy, mournful chimes that echoed through the town. By dawn, half the town had perished. Since that night, the bell was sealed away, its rope cut, its tower locked. No one dared to touch it, for it was said that should it ever ring again, death would follow. And for 100 years it did not ring, until the night it did. Thomas Grayson, a skeptic and historian, had always been fascinated by the legends of Ravenshade. He arrived in the town under the guise of research, though his true purpose was curiosity. He wanted to see the bell for himself, to prove the stories were nothing more than superstition. One evening, under the dim glow of lantern light, Thomas bribed the caretaker of the church to let him inside. The man hesitated, crossing himself before finally handing over the key. "Whatever you do," he warned, voice shaking, "do not touch the bell." Thomas scoffed but took the key. The church was cold, the air thick with dust and forgotten prayers. The stairs to the bell tower creaked under his weight as he ascended, each step taking him closer to the relic of doom. When he reached the top, he found the bell exactly as described, massive, rusted, covered in strange markings that had long since faded. He traced his fingers over the surface, marveling at its age. Then the wind shifted. A chill crawled up his spine as a sudden force knocked him forward. His shoulder slammed into the bell, and it tolled. A single, deep note reverberated through the town, shaking the very ground beneath it. The sound was deafening, suffocating, as if the air itself carried the weight of death. Then silence, and then the screaming began. By morning, 5 people were dead. No wounds, no signs of struggle, just lifeless bodies with expressions of sheer terror. Their eyes were open, their mouths frozen in silent screams. Thomas knew he had made a terrible mistake. The townspeople gathered in the square, fear gripping them as the news spread. The elders whispered of the old curse, of the last time the bell had rung. They spoke of the ancient pact, how the town had been spared long ago, but only under one condition. The bell must never ring again. But now it had, and the curse had awoken. Thomas tried to leave Ravenshade that night, but the roads twisted in ways they never had before. No matter which path he took, He always found himself back at the church, staring up at the bell tower. It was waiting for him. The deaths continued, one each night. The victims were random, young, old, rich, poor. No one was safe. Desperate, Thomas searched through the town's records, poring over ancient texts and forgotten journals. And finally, he found it. The bell had not always been cursed. It had once been a blessing, its chimes said to bring prosperity and peace. But centuries ago, the town made a terrible mistake. A witch had been executed on church grounds, her final words a whispered curse. She had touched the bell before she burned, her fingers leaving behind dark stains that no rain could wash away. "Let it toll and let doom follow," she had said. The only way to stop it, Thomas realized, was to silence the bell forever. That night, as the town cowered in fear, he climbed the tower once more. The air was thick, the bell looming above him like a specter. With trembling hands, he raised an axe and struck at the bell's supports. The metal groaned, dust raining from the ceiling as the great iron structure wavered. Then, just as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the bell collapsed, crashed through the tower, falling into the church below, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The sound that followed was not a chime, but a scream, a wail that rose from the ruins, fading into nothing as the curse finally broke. The death stopped. The town breathed again. But some say, if you listen closely on quiet nights, you can still hear a faint ringing in the wind. A warning, or a promise. Story 49. The Frozen Bride. The town of White Hollow was no stranger to the cold. Nestled deep in the mountains, winter came early and left late, wrapping the village in endless blankets of snow and ice. But even in the cruelest winters, nothing was colder than the legend of the Frozen Bride. It was said that on certain nights, when the wind carried a sorrowful wail through the valley, a figure could be seen wandering the outskirts of town. A woman in a tattered wedding dress, her veil frozen to her face, her skin pale as death. And should you meet her gaze, they whispered, winter would claim you next. Years ago, before the legend took root, there was a young woman named Eleanor Gray, beloved by all. She was set to marry William Lancaster, the son of a wealthy merchant, in the grandest wedding White Hollow had ever seen. The church had been decorated with white roses, the candles lit, the guests seated. But William never arrived. The town searched for him, calling his name through the blizzard that had arrived suddenly that afternoon. Hours passed, then days, but William was gone. Some believed he had run away, others whispered of darker fates. Eleanor refused to leave the church. She stood at the altar, still in her wedding gown, waiting. As the days turned to weeks, the candles burned out, the flowers wilted, and the snow crept in through the cracks of the church's stone walls. One morning, when the townsfolk went to check on her, they found the doors frozen shut. Took hours to break through the ice. When they finally entered, Eleanor was still standing at the altar, her skin blue, her dress stiff with frost. Her hands were clasped together, and her lips were frozen in a whisper. She had waited until the cold took her. After Eleanor's death, the church was abandoned, left to decay beneath layers of ice and snow. The people of White Hollow tried to move on, but the winters grew harsher, the storms more violent. And then the disappearances began. First, it was a young man who had taken a dare to enter the church. His footprints led inside, but he never came out. Then, a merchant passing through town went missing, his horse found wandering near the church ruins, its saddle covered in frost. People claimed to see a woman in white walking through the snow, her veil drifting in the wind. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, her lips moving as if whispering a name, William. The legend grew. The townsfolk learned to avoid the ruins, to never venture out alone at night, and to never, ever respond if they heard someone calling their name in the wind. One evening, a traveler named Jonathan Pierce arrived in White Hollow. He was a scholar, a man of reason, and he did not believe in ghosts. When the villagers warned him of the Frozen Bride, he laughed. Nothing but an old tale to keep children inside at night, he scoffed. Determined to prove the legend false, Jonathan set out for the ruined church with only a lantern and his journal. The villagers watched him disappear into the snow, shaking their heads, knowing he would never return. Inside the church, the air was colder than the night outside. Ice coated the pews, icicles hung from the ceiling, and in the center of it all stood the altar, untouched by time. Then he saw her, Eleanor. Her figure was barely solid, shifting like mist, her veil frozen in place. Her lips moved, whispering something too soft to hear. Jonathan stepped closer. The whisper grew louder. He leaned in, breath visible in the freezing air. She was saying a name. William? The lantern flickered. The wind howled through the broken windows. Then, Eleanor turned her hollow eyes to him, and the lantern went out. The next morning, the villagers found Jonathan's horse tied outside the inn, covered in frost. His journal lay in the snow near the church ruins, its pages frozen solid. Jonathan was never seen again. That winter was the coldest White Hollow had ever known. And on certain nights, when the wind howls through the valley, the villagers still see her, the frozen bride, wandering the snow-covered hills searching, waiting for William, or for the next soul to take his place. Story 50. The Headless Shepherd. Long ago, in the mist-covered valley of Black Hollow, a shepherd named Elias Rourke tended his flock. He was a quiet man, kind to both his sheep and his neighbors, though he kept to himself. No one knew where he had come from, nor did they question it. Elias was always seen at dusk, leading his sheep across the moors, his lantern swinging in the fog. The villagers would watch from their windows as the flickering light disappeared into the hills. But one autumn night, Elias did not return. The next morning, the villagers found his sheep scattered, their wool stained red. The grass was torn as if something had thrashed through it in the dark. And in the center of the field lay Elias's body. His head was missing. Shocked and terrified, the villagers buried Elias in an unmarked grave. They never found his head, nor did they speak of that night again. But soon after, strange things began to happen. On nights when the fog rolled in thick, a lantern's glow could be seen moving through the hills. The sheep became restless, refusing to graze near the fields where Elias had died. Then the deaths began. One by one, shepherds who dared to work the moors were found the same way, bodies torn open, heads missing. And in the distance, a bell would toll. The old bell of Black Hollow had not rung in years. Its rope frayed, its frame rusted. Yet, on the nights when the fog was thickest, the sound echoed through the valley, a deep, mournful chime. It was a warning. The headless shepherd was still watching. Decades passed, and the legend of Elias Rourke became a ghost story to scare children. But one man did not fear it. Daniel Whitmore was a traveling merchant, new to Black Hollow and unfamiliar with its whispers. He laughed at the old tales, calling them nothing more than foolish superstition. One evening, while drinking at the village inn, he declared he would walk through the cursed fields at midnight and prove the legend false. The villagers begged him not to go, but Daniel was stubborn. He took a lantern and set off into the moors, disappearing into the mist. The bell tolled once, then twice, then silence. By morning, Daniel's body was found at the edge of the village. His clothes were torn, his hands frozen in a final, desperate grasp. His head was missing. From that night forward, no one dared to enter the fields after dark. The bell no longer rang, but the villagers knew better. They locked their doors, whispered prayers, and never spoke Elias Rourke's name aloud. But even now, on cold, foggy nights, the legend lives on. If you stand near the moors and listen carefully, you might hear the distant bleating of lost sheep. You might see a lantern swaying in the mist. And if you hear the toll of a bell, run, because the headless shepherd is still searching. For his flock, for his head, or for yours. The old town holds its secrets well, but some stories refuse to stay buried. Which tale haunted you the most? Let me know in the comments. If you're still here.
And remember, if you ever find yourself in an unfamiliar town with no way out, maybe, just maybe, you're never supposed to leave.